Okay. It is very dark in here. Please suggest an action. Headbutt everything. Nan swings her head, but just hits the air. Turn on night vision goggles. Admire self. Nan is not wearing night vision goggles. Turn on the lights. Click. Nan turns on the lights. The morning haze gets a little clearer. Nan finds herself in her bedroom. This is not unexpected. Nan doesn't want to get up. But there are things she has to do. She has a duty, an obligation to certain others. Her position is vital. What time is it? It's 6:30 a.m. Ah, fucking hell. Engage in morning ritual. Nan guesses it's about time to get going. What is our duty? Nan picks out some clothes for the day while reviewing her duty. She knows she is a part of a vital link in a chain of many individuals, and in order to keep things running smoothly and to prevent catastrophe, she and all the others must stay vigilant. Nan contemplates skipping her shower. Nan decides to take a quick shower after all. What traits do you have? Girlish figure, fierce attitude, swift legs, smart aleck, manly physique. Nan really considered herself in terms of traits like that before, but if she had to choose one, she'd probably be known for her ability to hum show tunes. Actually, come to think of it, Nan isn't really sure what makes her special. Maybe nothing. Nan is dressed and ready to face the day. Overalls, not sure if want. Nan considers her attire. She was never fond of overalls, but she doesn't particularly care too much about how she works. As an electronics technician and repairman, repairwoman? This is what's expected of her. Nan heads out. It's another fine day here in the Glen. Oh god. Nan heads outside and checks her mailbox. She keeps her work orders here and just lets them pile up until she gets around to them. It's sort of lazy, but then, so is Nan. Oh good. They meant Cedar Glen, not Metal Glen. Ooh, bullet dodged! Metal Glen wasn't completely submerged, you know. Nan, I suggest you go over any strange events that you can think of. Making odd repairs, patching strange holes, anything. Seek your coworkers where you can, but for now, you should probably only find one confidant. And stay away from Red. Nah, Red is not nice. Nan doesn't know anyone named Red. Did you get your paycheck? Nan gets paid per job. She's not on a salary. Nan goes through the job she still has piling up. She momentarily considers whether she should start catching up on backlogged orders, since that's the responsible thing to do, or if she should look for something more interesting in newer jobs. Nan shrugs and decides to just do some work in the order she got it. Responsibility has its advantages too. She heads off to grab her transportation to her first job. Nan heads off to her first job, some sort of complication arising from a fuse box blowing. The owner of the business seems upset. His letter sounded urgent. Oh wow, his letter sounds urgent and you just left it sitting there. Frickin' electricians. Start humming old 70s songs that only got popular during the 80s and 90s. Nan can't think of any songs like that off the top of her head. Nan arrives at the address on the work order. Fun Family Arcade, now open! Ooh. Well, go on in, I guess. The door seems unlocked. Nan heads into the arcade. It is dark here. Hardly anything can be seen. Examine the gaming systems. There are just a variety of arcade games here. None of them are turned on. Nan used to play these a lot when she was just a kid. Nan, are you telling us that you went into a building with a broken fuse box without a flashlight? Of course Nan has a flashlight. Y'all, just to see if there's anyone just to see if anyone's here out there at all. Hello? Nan calls out through the echoing arcade. Someone approaches from behind a row of arcade games, giving Nan a little start. The man introduces himself as the owner of the arcade. The place has power, he explains, but there's something seriously wrong with the fuse box, and he can't get the place running, so he's losing profit. He says the fuse box is in the basement, and he'll gladly show Nan the way. Put your full faith and trust into this man who is hiding until now. Do not expect him to do anything bad. Nan follows the man to the back, where a dark stairway leads down to the basement. The owner tells her the fuse box is down there, damaged for whatever reason. He's not a stranger. They've met countless times back when Nan was still a kid and a frequent customer of the arcade, right? Nan has never been to this particular arcade. Nan descends into the basement. The owner waits upstairs. Alright, let's fix this place up. Make some small talk with the owner about the old arcade machines on your way down. Nan is a little too shy for small talk. It's very dark down here in the basement. Fix the fuse box and get more light. This appears to be the fuse box. Also, Nan only has one flashlight. You didn't angle the flashlight down? Well, I guess since you're over at the fuse box, that means you didn't step in anything horrible. Probably. Open her up. We got work to do. This looks like a pretty fairly straightforward. Looks like someone tried to fix it but only made it worse. Still, it shouldn't take long to fix. Doesn't take long, but Nan puts the finishing touches on her repair. She flips the switch and the lights come on. Yeah. That's mold, alright. What a mess. Get out of there. It's probably not healthy. Looks more like just stains and dirt, but Nan doesn't know too much about mold anyway. Nan heads upstairs and she tells the owner the problem is fixed. It appears he already knows. He's wasting no time attracting a crowd. Something about a live arcade just brings in kids on a Saturday morning. They'd never get up this early for school. The owner seems very pleased and does not hesitating in presenting Nan with her check for services rendered. Doo-doo-doo. This! Now spend some money on the arcade machines! Nan didn't bring any cash, she's just got the check. The owner offers Nan some free pizza for a job well done. Ooh, free pizza. Nan is off to her next job. Well, this is going pretty swimmingly, if I do say so myself. The next work order is a simple request to replace wiring for a few outlets. Luckily, Nan always carries plenty. It's a bit of a ride, but it's still early morning when Nan arrives at the hotel requesting the work order. Looks fancy. Let's go talk to the guy in charge and see where the problem is. Nan walks into the hotel. It seems very nice. There's soft but boring music playing in the lobby, and a nice chandelier complements the room. Ooh, how complimentary. Nan goes to ring the bell, but notices a little sign next to it. Back in 30, the management. Wait half an hour. Whatever you do, don't go exploring. Nan sits down and starts to wait. This is very boring. 5 minutes pass. Oh, what are you doing? You can't just sit here for half an hour. Never mind manners, have a look around. Maybe you can find the problem and fix it before everyone even gets back. Ooh. Nan reviews her work order. The east-facing outlet in room 117 needs to be replaced and rewired. It seems very straightforward. Well, here we go. Replace it, then rewire the crap out of it. A simple outlet rewiring could be done before the concierge gets back. Nan heads off to find room 117, which is probably here on the first floor. Nan continues down the hall past the elevator and gets to the rooms. Lucky for her, they all seem to follow a predictable numeric system. How convenient. We have a key to room 117, right? Yeah, Nan grabbed one from the... Whoop! Nan trips into one of the stands! Nan isn't fast enough and the vase is already out of reach. It shatters on the floor. Uh-oh. That's probably coming out of the paycheck. Shit, they're gonna be so pissed. I don't suppose we could put it back together? Nan cleverly gathers the pieces and puts them back together as best as she can. Nan finishes replacing the pieces. Hopefully no one will notice there's anything different. Gotta be sneaky. That's great, Nan. Perfect. No one will ever know. Nan, satisfied with her work, continues down the hall to room 117. Turn around! Meet the gaze of the cute boy over there! Nan turns around, but only catches a quick glimpse of a young man before he retreats into his room, closing the door fast. Aw, no cute boy. No cute boy to see. Move along to 117. Nan briefly considers knocking on the door of the stranger, but she's awfully shy. She wouldn't know what to say. She doesn't even know what she'd want to say. She reaches room 117, pulls out the key she took from behind the main desk. Nan knocks, but there's no answer from the room. Nan steps into room 117. Ooh. Pick up the candy from the pillow that's always there waiting for new inhabitants. There's no little mint on the pillow! What kind of crass establishment is this? If Nan wasn't already pretty full from pizza, she'd be even more upset. Still, would have helped to get rid of the pizza breath. Now let's get to work on that outlet! Good thinking, but this reminds Nan of a puzzle. Which outlet is in need of repairs? If she replaces the wiring in the wrong one, it'll be wasted time, and if she tries one to test it, it's the one that needs repairs. Incomplete wiring could cause an electrical fire. Oh no! Using all the information you have already, you should be able to solve this. It's the east-facing outlet, silly. But which way is east? Ooh. Ooh. Let me just readjust my glasses. The sun was rising behind the hotel. It is currently to the right. Nan considers that if the sun was rising behind the hotel, then she's been going further and further back in it, and that she's been heading east. Therefore, east must be to the right of the room. She moves the small stand, and sure enough, there's another outlet on that wall. Now for one final question. Did the order mean east facing, as in on the west wall facing east, or on the east wall when facing east? Oh, Lord. Check behind the dresser. There's another outlet here as well. That one looks funny. Logically, it is the broken one. Nan sees what appears to be scorch marks around the outlet and decides this must be the one. She gets to work replacing the wiring, wearing safety gloves, of course, and the job appears pretty straightforward after all. Oh, hey, who's that? Nan turns around, but there's clearly nobody there. Alright. Nan shrugs and continues her work. She wonders why she assumed anyone was there. Clearly the room is empty. The socket is pretty much repaired, and Nan puts the finishing touches on it and replaces the outlet cover. That didn't take long. Shove the cabinet back in place. Nan replaces the dresser. Lay on the bed and close your eyes. Nan relaxes after a job well done. Well, this is kind of awkward. Practice your ability to hum show tunes. Seeing how it hasn't been 30 minutes yet, Nan decides to practice her show tune humming. After all, she's got to stand out somehow. Ooh. Open your eyes and act surprised! Nan acts surprised for some reason. Nan feels the odd urge to explore the bathroom, but at the same time, it's probably been around 30 minutes. Was it the eastern outlet or outlets? The job order wasn't too clear. It's worth checking if the bathroom has one. Wouldn't want to do an incomplete job. Nan investigates the bathroom, but it only has outlets on the north wall. Maybe there's an outlet behind the shower curtain? It's possible they have a specialty outlet installed in the shower itself. Nan checks. But there's no outlet in the shower. That means no more work here. Why would there be outlet in the shower? Why would you need a fucking outlet in the shower, honestly? I guess to make toast while you bathe. Alright then, time to get paid. Her job successfully complete, Nan heads back to the concierge's desk to pick up her fat check for easy work. Didn't you break that vase? Nan makes a mental note to tell the staff about the vase. The elevator chimes. Ooh. Wait for it. It's either your pair or some other handsome guy. Wait for it. Nan waits for the elevator. Ooh. Oh? Could it be? Examine the object in the elevator. It appears to be an alarm clock. 466. Oh, God, it's a broken alarm clock. Also, it's on while it's unplugged. Huh, that's weird. Must be an internal battery. Some alarm clocks have that, where it's got, you know, like a electrical socket and an internal battery. I guess in case of a power outage, maybe? Delicious coffee. Neat. An alarm clock that doesn't need to be plugged into work. Sure, it's not set to the right time, but let's take it. Nan pockets the alarm clock and heads back to the concierge desk. There's still no sign of the concierge. Ding the bell. Nan dings the bell and waits a moment, but there's no response. The sign does not appear to be of any help. Pinch self. Nan pinches herself. Ouch! Put the key back. Nan leans over the counter again to return the key, but the slot for room 117 is already occupied. There's a Phillips head screwdriver in the slot. The other slots appear to be empty. Silly us, we must have left it there by accident. Take it. Nan takes the Phillips head screwdriver and replaces it with room 117 key. Something odd happens. Well, that's not fucking ominous. The rattling of the mail slot grows louder and louder until it becomes a fierce and insistent banging. The sound builds and builds, and soon the walls themselves begin to shake. The entire lobby begins to shake and buckle. The chandelier rattles furiously. The pounding grows louder and louder, like some approaching giant. Closer and closer. Something horrible is shaking behind that door, and it may not hold. Through the door! The door's not locked. Nan bursts out of the double doors out of the hotel. Let's get the fuck out of here! Huh? Nan has entered the hotel lobby. End part 1. Nan has entered the hotel lobby. Freak out! Nan freaks out at the gravity of the situation. Realize that the note on the counter no longer has a hole in it. Also realize that the creepy little door is gone. True, the note on the counter seems to have become whole again, but it's not quite like Nan remembers it. Behind you! The management! Oh, the management must be behind us. Oh god, behind you! Nan turns around! Ooh. Oh! Oh. Okay then. Take hat and coat. Equip! Nan briefly entertains the idea of taking these items, but she's far too honest to. They might belong to someone. Besides, she can't see them having any use right now. Can't get the drip. Examine pendant. Nan examines the pendant. It's fairly plain, made of smooth green stone. It seems somehow familiar, but Nan can't put her finger on why. Take it, then check the cubby holes. Nan is honest, but something about this seems so strangely familiar. Maybe she'll just hold on to it until she can remember what. The cubby holes for the different rooms on the front desk all seem empty. When wearing the pendant, hide it in shirt. When doing so, check if you're wearing a... Check to see if you're wearing a bra. Nan decides to throw the pendant on for the time being and tucks it into her shirt so it won't be noticeable. And of course Nan's wearing a bra. She needs support when she's on the job. Check pocket for weird clock. Ring bell again, and hell if I know. Nan checks her pockets. She's still carrying the strange clock. Still reading at 4:66 p.m. A Phillips head screwdriver taken from the cubbyhole, the cross pendant, and a check for repairs from the Fun Family Arcade. Nan goes to ring the bell. Nan rings the bell! There is no chime, just a faint, wet, crunching sound. Look inside bell? Nan lifts the bell cover. Inside is a small... Hold on. Inside is a small rat. Or a very large rat. Oh, it appears to have been dead for some time. Oh, good, we didn't kill it. Creepy to find in a bell cover, but okay. Nan throws open the front door again to make sure she didn't imagine... How strange. Remove the poor dead mouse and fix the ringer. Perhaps it can come in handy? Nan carefully removes the poor dead creature and wraps it up as respectfully as she can in the manager's note, disposing of it in the trash behind the counter. Quick clean later, the bell seems ready to use again. Nan rings the bell. Bong! Oh. Oh no. Ring it again, and if the lights turn on and off, you can ring it really fast to get a fucking awesome strobe effect going. Please don't. Ding, ding, ding! Nan rings the bell again, but it doesn't make the lights come back on. After a few more presses, it stops ringing altogether, making a chimeless clicking instead. Click, click, click. Uh-oh. Get away and bring out the clock for light! Oh, wait a minute. Of course, Nan has her trusty flashlight. It's not much, but at least it's not pitch blackness in here. Nan's eyes are adjust to the dark, too. Nan's eyes adjust to the darkness. Wait, nothing's interfering with the bell? Nope, there's nothing there. Nan tests the bell, but it simply doesn't ring. Maybe it just broke. Nan doesn't have floor plans for this place. She has no idea where the nearest circuit breaker is. She doesn't even know where anything is. Or anyone, for that matter. Lost in the fucking dark in some random hotel. Check the closet where the chandelier cord leads. Nan heads to the first floor landing where the janitor's closet door is. That must be it. The cord leads in there, but the door is locked. Oh no! The lights come on by themselves. Convenient. Check the room anyway. Figure out who's messing with the power. It's still locked, and Nan isn't strong enough to bust down the door off its hinges. Go knock on the door that we saw the shy boy looking at us from earlier. Maybe he can help us. Who? Where? Ring bell. It's crazy enough to work. Nan curiously returns to the bell, but appears to be misplaced. You might want to look for a guest list to try and find out how many others might be trapped here. Unfortunately, there's no guest list to register at the front desk, but Nan does know that this hallway on the first floor leads to a total of 7 rooms, 111 through 117. Nan decides to go visit 114 on a strange whim. Ooh. Nan arrives at room 114. Should she just knock? Nan knocks on the door and a faint noise comes from inside. After a minute, a young man answers the door. He greets Nan cheerfully and says he was hoping he would see more of her. Ask him if anything seems to be wrong in the hotel. You're a repair woman, so that wouldn't be a strange question. Nan explains she is a repair woman. Did he feel anything just now, like an earthquake? Or maybe he saw the lights go out? The man's expression changes rather suddenly. After a short pause, he confirms that his power just went out for a brief moment, but he didn't feel any tremors. Ask him if this is his first time such things happened in his stay here. Nan presses for information, but the man shrugs and says he only just got unpacked himself, so he doesn't know anything about what it's normally like around here. Notice his weirded out expression and ask him if anything else is wrong. The man shrugs and admits he's just a little disappointed that she's a repair woman. He was hoping she just wanted to see him. Oh. Invite him to come help us investigate things? We can talk on the way to finding whatever the hell we're doing. Nan tells the man she was kinda hoping he would tag along to see something with her. Maybe afterward they could grab a bite to eat. The man smiles and responds. He says he'll be right along, then blushes lightly and asks Nan for a minute so he can get dressed. Say that it's certainly nice to meet him, and just that this place seemed empty and it was freaking you out. Nan introduces herself politely, and the man, still blushing, does the same. He says his name is Henry. Realize he was naked the whole time. Blush furiously. I knew it. Dude with stalkers behind that door. Sneak a ping, Nan. Come on, do it. Nan blushes furiously and decides to be naughty. She takes a quick peek as he's closing the door and catches the briefest glimpse of Henry's bare ass. Nice. What a fine booty. Nan should study the picture while she waits. Not much else to do in this corridor, right? Nan studies the picture. It appears to be... Oh. Shit. Nan brings out her flashlight. She knocks on the door, but what should she say to Henry? She certainly doesn't want him to get hurt, but... Knock, knock, knock. Nan asks if Henry's okay, if he needs any help. Tap. She pauses for a moment. Tap. There's no response from Henry. Tap. Soft noises, like footsteps, are slowly growing louder from somewhere down the hall. That's not fucking ominous. Crap! Get some pleasantries! Get inside Henry's room! Nan decides not to investigate whatever's making that noise. She's already on edge enough as it is, and in a panic she bursts into Henry's room. Oh my goodness! Turn around and quickly apologize. Best be honest about this. The lights went out and something freaked you out. Nan blushes furiously and apologizes for barging in like that. The lights went out and she got spooked. She turns around and covers her face so she won't look. Henry laughs a bit, blushing lightly himself, and suggests that it must have just been the hallway, because his light's just fine. Henry tells Nan he's going to slip into the bathroom for a second to finish changing. He jokes that is, of course, unless Nan would prefer he not dress, in which case she can just say so and start barging in on him. Oh. He's already got his underwear on, right? Yeah, just tell him to get dressed out here. No big deal, we'll just sit here and watch. Nan feels a little embarrassed, but she says she feels safer if he changed here. He shrugs and agrees, but tells her the lights went out excuse is going to get old pretty fast. Henry pulls on his shirt and notices Nan ogling him. He asks rhetorically if she's enjoying herself. Nan shrugs and laughs nervously as a response. Henry wonders aloud if she's going to repay the favor sometime. Thank you for taco time, Brave. Thank you. Hello, hello, Taco. How are you doing, Taco? Alright. Okay, Taco. Henry frowns at Nan's response and assures her he was just kidding, Taco. There's no need to be like that, Taco. Oh, god damn it. And the pot, too, Taco. Double team, Taco. Fucking hell, Taco! Pick up something that looks like it belongs in the room and fucking throw it, Taco! Smashy, smashy, Taco! Nan has had enough of this creepy shit, Taco! She grabs a lamp off the nightstand and hurls it at the mirror, Taco! Boosh! Taco. Taco. Nan has knocked out the power, Taco. The crackling electricity stops and the room goes dark, Taco. No light stream in from the hallway either, Taco. It's pitch black, Taco. Henry's breathing very heavily, Taco. Nan feels like she might hyperventilate herself, Taco. Flashlight, Taco? Nan clicks on her flashlight, Taco. Oh dear God, Taco! It is very dark here, Taco. Nan could feel something starting to envelop her, Taco. A thin sliver of light appears in the blackness, Taco. The light is salvation, Taco. Nan turns on the light, Taco. Oh! Where the hell are we, Taco? Rub your eyes, fondly recollect dreams of a cute goat boy trying to ignore the nightmare bits and proceed to check for jobs, Taco. Nan shivers, Taco. The dream was palpable and terrifying, Taco. She's got cold sweats, Taco. Nan's boyfriend sits up, startled, and asks her if she's alright, Taco. He says she's shaking. She must have had a very bad nightmare, Taco. Check inventory for cross-shaped pendant, Taco. Nan leans over her boyfriend and examines the cross-shaped pendant Henry got her as a present for her birthday, Taco. He apologizes for not getting the alarm clock fixed yet and tells Nan it's still displaying weird numbers, Taco. He just set his watch instead, Taco. Tell your boyfriend about the dream, Taco. It was about when I met you, honey, Taco, in the hotel with the flaky lights and the rat bells, Taco. That's not how they met, Taco. Nan should probably ask what time it is from her boyfriend then, Taco. Don't want to be rising too early or sleeping in too long, Taco, right, Taco? He informs her that it's 10:30 and they slept in, but he decided since it's the weekend they could afford to, Taco. Probably as good as a time to get up as any, he says, Taco. Try and read something, Taco. Nothing to read here. How about the newspaper, Taco? Oh no, is it cringe reading time, Taco? What? No! NanQuest is a very good spooky comic, Taco. Also, hello, Gazbang. How are you, Taco? Okay, next page, Taco. Nan decides to get the newspaper and asks Henry, Taco. You mean best reading time, Taco. Nan decides to get the newspaper and asks Henry what she wants for breakfast, Taco. Henry says this time he's making breakfast, Taco. French toast and hash browns, Taco. It's his specialty, Taco. Oh, Taco. I'm quite hungry for some hash browns, Taco. Nan has entered the hotel lobby, Taco. God fucking damn it, we can never escape this place, Taco. End part 2, Taco. Nan has entered the hotel lobby, Taco. Nan freaks out at the gravity of the situation, Taco. Again, Taco. Nan is still wearing her shorts and a nightshirt, Taco. Nan tries to calm herself and inspects the cubbyholes, Taco. There are 2 items here, a ballpoint pen and a magnifying glass, Taco. Oh, I should mention now, Taco, that, after part 2, they stop including all the reader suggestions, Taco. So now it's just pure narrator, Taco. And that's how I'm gonna stick with it, Taco. Nan takes both items, Taco. She's carrying a broken alarm clock, Taco, Phillips head screwdriver, Taco, cross pendant, Taco, uncashed check, Taco, magnifying glass, Taco, and ballpoint pen, Taco. Nan picks up the newspaper, Taco. It doesn't seem to make much sense, Taco. Besides the newspaper is a book of matches, Taco. Hell yeah, Taco. Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno, Taco. Nan opens the front door, Taco. Let's go, Taco. Oh. Well, this is awkward, Taco. Nan slams the front door, Taco. Nan slams the front door shut and spins around, holding it closed, Taco. But no one else is in the room with her, Taco. There's a loud impact on the other side of the door, Taco, and the sound of splintering wood, Taco. Well, rather rude. You just saw yourself get attacked and you're not going to help a girl out, Taco? Fine, have fun with that creepy monster or whatever, myself, Taco. I'm sure I won't regret this when it's my turn to be you, Taco. No, nothing appears to be trying to get through the door now, Taco. The noise has stopped and nothing is attempting to force the door against Nan, Taco. Taco! Nan quickly flees from the lobby as the sound of splintering wood echoes throughout the halls, Taco. Nan attempts to open the door, but the janitor's closet door is locked, Taco! Nan runs down the hall, heading for room 114, Taco. She considers pressing the elevator call button, but as she begins to pass the elevator, it chimes on its own, Taco. Ooh, Taco. Look at that lovely face, Taco. Nan continues running down the hall, Taco. Room 111, Taco. Room 112, Taco. Room 113, Taco. Room 114, Taco. Oh no, Taco. What the hell happened here, Taco? Room 115 is locked, Taco. Nan doesn't have a key, Taco. Something rattles the chains on the door beside her, Taco. Nan calls out, asking for if the presence behind the door is Henry, Taco. There's no verbal response, Taco. Just more rattling of chains, Taco. Rattle, 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 Taco. Nan continues running down the hall, Taco. These are the last two doors, Taco. There's a window at the very end of the hall, some distance after the door to room 117, but for some reason it's dark outside, Taco. Nan tries the door to room 116, Taco. The lights go out, Taco. Nan stumbles, trying to find her way, Taco. Something is approaching in the darkness, making soft, shuffling noises, Taco. The window should be at the end of the hall, Taco. It would be relatively easy to find, Taco. Nan fumbles and draws out the alarm clock, but it provides no real illumination, Taco. Well, that's a dick thing to do, Taco. The door to room 117 opens, Taco. A hurried voice comes from the other side, telling Nan to get inside, Taco. Nan hesitates only for a moment, then dives into room 117, spinning around to see an unfamiliar man and close and bolt the door, Taco. Nan tries to catch her breath, Taco. The man nods calmly and tries to reassure her, Taco. He says it's alright, she's safe now, Taco. Nan freaks out and begins demanding answers in a panic, Taco. The man places a hand on his shoulder and nods once, saying she's had a bad scare, but she's going to be okay, Taco. He says she shouldn't worry, Taco. Just calm down, keep her voice down, Taco. The man from room 117 introduces himself as Pablo, Taco. Nan takes a deep breath and sits on the bed, trying to calm herself, Taco. Pablo sits as well, Taco. He places the fire axe on the bedside dresser, evidently having noticed Nan's worried looks at it, Taco. He assures her he would never use it on a person, Taco. After a few moments, Nan takes a breath and quietly asks what's going on, Taco. Pablo answers calmly, Taco. He tells Nan there's a blackout in the hall, but as long as the lights are on in here, they're safe, Taco. Nan demands to know what exactly they're safe from, Taco. Pablo tells her to calm down again, Taco. He says in the time that he's been here, he hasn't figured out exactly what those things are, Taco. But when the lights go out, they find their way in, Taco. Those uninvited things, Taco. He tries to reassure Nan, Taco. He tells her that in the light, nothing can hurt her, Taco. Nan asks Pablo if he's sure nothing can hurt her in the light, Taco. He pauses, glancing down, then quietly admits that he is not completely certain, Taco. But it certainly has seemed that way from what he's observed in the past, Taco. Nan jumps suddenly, pointing at the dresser, Taco. She tells Pablo something has moved behind it, Taco. Pablo asks if Nan's sure she saw something, Taco. Nan is certain she saw something, Taco. Pablo grabs his ass. Pablo grabs his ass. And then, Taco, he grabs his axe and holds it at the ready. On his signal, Nan pulls the dresser back quickly, Taco. And oh my god! There's a rat sniffling behind the dresser near a small rat hole where an outlet used to be, Taco. Oh. Okay, Taco. The rat, discovered, quickly scurries into the hole, Taco. Meow, Taco. Nan asks Pablo if these things might be attacking the wiring, forcing blackouts, Taco. Pablo says he thinks the blackouts aren't purely electrical, that he knows Nan is new here, but surely even she can tell there's more at work here than bad wiring, Taco. Nan asks Pablo how long he's been here and what the date and time are, Taco. He says he doesn't know how long he's been here, maybe 7 or 8 days, Taco. He says when he came here, it was the 14th of October, and when Nan arrived, it was the 24th, Taco. So he's been here for 10 days, Taco. Pablo shrugs at a response, Taco. He says it's hard to keep track of time in this place, Taco. Therefore, Before Nan can question more about the rat hole, Pablo asks her if she's hungry, Taco. Nan's still feeling sated from the pizza this morning, Taco. Nan says she's not hungry now, but it would be good to have something for later, Taco. Or at least know where she could get food around here, Taco. Pablo stands nodding. He says he's going to the janitor's closet and see if there's any canned food left, Taco. That's what he's been eating since he got here, Taco, but it's dangerous, and he asks Nan to wait here, Taco. She'll be safe, Taco. Yeah, sure, Pablo, Taco. Nan grabs Pablo by the shoulders and insists that he not leave her alone, Taco. We know how horror movies work, Taco. There's strength in number, Taco. After all, Taco, if they split up, Pablo could be in danger too, Taco. Pablo assures Nan that he's done this before, that he knows what this place is like, Taco. She doesn't know what she's up against yet, Taco. Nan continues to insist, Taco. The only way they stand a chance is together, Taco. Pablo considers and finally yields, Taco. He hands Nan the fire axe and tells her to keep an eye out and to cover him if trouble arrives, Taco. It's never easy, Taco. They'll wait for the lights, move quick, head straight to the janitor's closet, and head right back, Taco. I always feel internal cringe reading my old writings, Taco. Oh, well, this isn't my writing, though, Taco. This is Nan Quest by Weaver, Taco. It is someone else's webcomic, Taco. It originally was a forum adventure on 4chan, Taco. Kind of like Problem Sleuth, Taco, or Homestuck, Taco. Homestuck's probably the more recognizable of the two, Taco, sadly. Taco. Brief coffee break, Taco. Okay. Nan takes the axe and Pablo checks the peephole, Taco. He says it looks like the light is on back in the hallway, Taco. Nan and Pablo step out into the hallway again, Taco. Pablo freezes, Taco. Nan keeps the fire axe firmly in hand, Taco. The hall light hasn't come back on, Taco. Looks like a standing light is lit, however. Though it's not standing anymore, Taco. Nan quickly asks Pablo if the things are injured by the light or if they just avoid it, Taco. He says as far as he knows, they just avoid it, and if they stay, Taco. But Pablo doesn't finish his sentence, Taco. Nan spins around, her axe at the ready, and instinctively sidesteps Taco. At the end of the hall, a slouched figure rests motionless against the wall, Taco. Nan asks Pablo if he knows what's going on, Taco. Pablo quickly answers no, Taco. He says he doesn't recognize the man at the end of the hall, Taco. He asks Nan what they should do, if they're going to get him or leave him, or who should do what, Taco. Nan tells Pablo to keep a watch at the edge of the light, Taco. She keeps the axe and approaches the slumped figure slowly, Taco. She calls out, but there's no response, Taco. Nan nudges the Nan nudges the fallen figure on the ground, hoping for a response, Taco. He groans slightly, Taco. Nan nudges again. Oh, God, Taco! Nan grabs the man's feet and quickly turns around, Taco. A tall, dark figure standing just in front of the light, Taco. Vaguely silhouetted, Nan can't quite make it out, Taco. Pablo shouts angrily, Taco. He tells Nan to hurry and get the man into the room, Taco. He'll hold this thing off, Taco. He yells at the figure, Taco. He tells it to stay away, Taco. Pablo says he's not afraid to die anymore, Taco. Nan hurries to the door, wanting to drop the unconscious figure off to safety first, Taco. But just when a confrontation seems unavoidable, the tall figure steps out of the light, disappearing back into the darkness beyond, Taco. Nan yells at a stunned Pablo to get inside, and he quickly follows her with the figure slamming and bolting it fast, Taco. Nan and Pablo... Hold on. Nan and Pablo help the unconscious man onto the bed, Taco. And Taco time is over, Taco. Nan confirms what she suspected. The man is Henry. He's still alive and doesn't bear any visible wounds as far as she can tell. Pablo continues watching the door. Nan makes sure Henry's breathing alright, then turns to Pablo and, scared by recent events, demands to know more about the monsters and the lights. Pablo's voice is very quiet. He says he doesn't know why they are still alive. Nan asks again if it's true that those things don't enter the light. Pablo says that thing was not like the others. He says that was the Padre, and he's never seen the Padre just leave. Nan asks Pablo, wanting to take the opportunity to learn what she can. Pablo says he was told to come in as the janitor here, thus why he has the key to the closet. But he didn't even get to meet the manager before he found himself trapped here, just like Nan. Nan asks about the Padre and how he knows its name. Pablo says that thing may not have a name. It's some thing that's dressed up like a Padre, so that's what he calls it. And it's not usually the type to leave. He says in his time here, he's also seen a few other beings that stood out from the uninvited husks, those knotted masses of blackened flesh. He picked up the names from Alan, another he found trapped here, who had been far longer. There's something, a man in the black robe. Alan called it the Pilgrim, and something he always called the Beast, but Pablo says he's never saw it. Nan asks what happened to Alan. Nan asks what happened to Alan. Pablo gets very quiet and says the Pilgrim carved him apart. Nan ponders quietly for a moment and shows Pablo the cross-shaped pendant and an alarm clock, but they mean nothing to Pablo. Finally, she asks if he's tried breaking a window to escape. He says yes. The first thing everyone tries is to go out the doors and the windows, but they'll always just end up back at the hotel. The only windows that lead anywhere are the ones that open to the courtyard, and Alan said that's where the Beast sleeps. Something rattles behind the dresser. Nan and Pablo back away to the opposite side of the room, and Pablo scoops up the axe, holding it at the ready. The faint, almost metallic clattering noise continues intermittently. It doesn't seem to be growing louder. Nan asks if Pablo has ever tried killing these things. He says yes. It seems the uninvited things can die, just like anyone, but he's not sure about the others, the Padre and the Pilgrim. He slowly, cautiously approaches the dresser. There's a rat in the hole again, and something else? The rat quickly scurries away into the darkness, knocking something clattering on the floor of room 117. Pablo picks up the canned beans. Well, that's a very nice rat. Nan thanks Pablo for helping her out there. It was very brave. Pablo is modest over his involvement. It was mostly her doing. Nan gives Henry a brief look over, but he has no visible wound she can discern. Pablo seems to be having trouble getting the can open. He mentions that the can opener is in the janitor's closet. Still, why would you keep it in the janitor's closet? Why wouldn't you just keep it on you? Nan doesn't have her usual tools. They were lost along with her flashlight when she re-entered the hotel. Nan's not quite particularly hungry, but Pablo says he is. He hasn't eaten in 2 days or more, by his count, though he admits he has a very poor grasp of how time passes here. On that note, Nan asks Pablo if he has any plans for escape. He says he's given it some thought, but has been busy enough just trying to stay alive that he doesn't have a plan yet. All he knows is the front door is out of the question. Nan offers to use the axe, but Pablo is reluctant. He says it'll get beans everywhere. After a moment, he says if she's going to do that, at least do it over the sink so they don't lose more food than necessary. Every bean counts! Nan brings the can to the sink so she'll have a working surface. Then she cleverly punctures a hole in the lid with a spike. It smells like beans. She pries open the lid and looks like beans too. Beans, beans, the music of fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. Nan tastes one of the beans. They taste fine, even though they're cold and mostly flavorless. Nan hands the open can over to Pablo, who's grateful, then places the clock on the ground. Time to take action. Ah, yeah. Time to break random shit! Nan swings and smashes open the alarm clock, baby! And then there is only darkness and silence. Nan calls out for Pablo, but there is no answer. Her voice echoes around her. Something begins to gleam before her eyes in the darkness. Nan feels she's in a haze. The lights begin to dim unevenly, as though something were moving across it. The shadows grow dense, and the lights go out. The light returns in an instant. A harsh, dusky orange glare, and Nan suddenly finds herself in someplace new. A fire is roaring in the corner, burning up spilled alcohol and wooden chairs piled there. The blaze is spreading, filling the air with a thick, black smoke. This appears to be some sort of lounge, judging by the stacked chairs and tables, as well as glasses and drinks by the bar, the thick cloth napkins on the countertop. The smoke is getting thicker, and Nan coughs as she shoves aside the broken chair from the double doors. Nan can't use her shirt as a filter, as it's fastened to her coveralls. Oh no! Nan grabs the fire extinguisher, but she can't quite pull it free. Something must be tethered. Oh dear fucking God! Startled, Nan lashes out with the axe, hacking the blade into the blackened hand, grasping the extinguisher. She severs 2 fingers, but also ruptures the extinguisher. The force of the sudden decompression expels massive amount of the smothering contents and knocks Nan backwards. She staggers and leans against the countertop for support, scattering cloth napkins. The fire continues to rage, and the smoke is growing thicker. Nan is coughing badly. Nan turns her attention back to the door, but she can barely see, let alone breathe, with all the smoke in the air. She manages to only get one board off before a coughing fit seizes her. She may not have the strength to get out at this rate. Nan wraps a cloth napkin around her mouth to filter the smoke and keep low. Lacking the room to swing, instead pries the old damaged board off the door. Success! The barricade is open! Nan opens the door. Oh, hello. This scene seems familiar. The door slams shut on Nan's face, but just as she realizes her situation, she wheels around, axe readied, but whoever or whatever stands behind her grabs the handle firmly. It stands before her so close she can feel its ragged, uneven breath, but in the dense smoke it's hard to make out the figure exactly. It says nothing. It merely raises a clawed hand. Nan spins around, avoiding a swift raking claw from the horrible figure, but when she makes to wrench the axe away, the figure responds in kind with surprising strength and sends it clattering across the floor. Apparently, it brought a weapon of its own. The next few seconds are frantic, jumbled blur. The figure swings and Nan ducks narrowly. The fire poker splinters through the door and gets stuck, giving Nan an opening. She charges into the preoccupied figure with a desperate headbutt, sends it staggering back. Doesn't seem injured, but it's brought her a moment of precious time. Nan grabs the axe and glances towards the figure, who has already recovered and slowly approaching her again. It's also on fire. Oh joy. Nan throws the axe at the figure in a last-ditch attempt to slow it down, but the gesture is hardly effective. Given the thing's reaction to fire, Nan puts aside any thought of fighting him. It bursts from the room, re-entering the hotel lobby. Black smoke pours from the doors. Up ahead, she can just make out someone moving down the hallway from her. Nan hurries after the shambling figurehead, but glances into the elevator. Someone's calling it to Nan. The voice says they thought they missed their chance and to hurry up and get in the elevator, quick! Nan dives into the elevator and dives headlong into the elevator. The doors quickly shut behind her. The stranger offers her hand, helping her up. She says it's very nice to meet Nan and introduces herself as Anna. She asks with a joking smile if those dark, half-melted fellows running around are friends of hers. Anna tries to calm Nan. She says she's safe for at least for the moment. She says she's going to take her to her safe house on the 2nd floor. Nan staggers up, struggling for questions. She wants to know exactly what's going on. Actually, Anna interrupts, she was hoping Nan would tell her. End part 3. Chapter 4. Nan is with Elevator in Hotel Anna. Nan is with Anna in the hotel elevator. The elevator is rising. The destination is the 3rd floor. Nan is trying to catch her breath. Anna asks her if she is alright. Nan asks if the safe room on the 3rd is on the 3rd or 2nd floor. Anna says it's on the 3rd floor. She must be confused from her ordeal. Nan tries to stay collected, but after what she's been through, she's shaking and scared. Anna places a hand reassuringly on her shoulder and tells her she will feel better once she meets everyone. Anne tries to strike up conversation with Anna, what she does for a living, for instance. Anna says she's an elevator operator. Anne asks who everyone is, and Anna says it would be better if she met them in person. The hotel elevator arrives at the 3rd floor landing. Anna checks the hall in both directions. It appears to be well lit and empty. She asks Nan to come along. Nan checks her pockets. She's carrying a ballpoint pen, Phillips head screwdriver, cross pendant, magnifying glass, and uncashed check. Nan asks a few nervous questions, but Anna doesn't know any of the significance behind 466. She also says she has spent one night here in the hotel, so this would be her second day here. Nan and Anna arrive at room 313. A cross is scrawled on the door. Anna knocks 3 times and identifies herself, saying she's arrived with a guest and needs to be let in. Nan asks if the cross on the door wards off the things. Anna says she doesn't think so herself, but every little bit helps, right? Nan inspects the wooden carving by the door, then Anna heads inside, beckoning Nan to follow. Nan follows Anna into room 313. Here are 3 other people. Anna goes around introducing them to Nan, from left to right. A stocky, middle-aged man in a worn brown hat named Anderson. Henry, who Nan recognized. And lastly, a young woman in glasses that Anna introduces as Kim. The room is dirty and painting on the back wall is torn apart, but this place seems to be stocked with a few provisions, cans of food, and bottles of water. Yeah, all you need in this spooky hotel. Henry runs up to Nan and hugs her tightly. He shakes a little, saying he was so worried about her after she disappeared earlier, and he's so glad to see she's okay. This place isn't safe. Nan introduces herself and Henry now that everyone's here. They might as well go over some information. Anna interjects and says there's still one more person around here, somewhere, but he went out against advisement. Sort of a strange fellow. She didn't get his name. Nan depends that Pablo is still out there somewhere, but after giving Anna his description, she says the person in question must not have been Pablo. Anna seems as eager for answers as anyone and begins introducing herself. She's been here for one night. She came here to respond to an ad about a job available as an elevator operator in the hotel, but found herself trapped after coming inside. Nan tells her story. She's an electrician who came here to fix an outlet and after that couldn't leave. Henry explains that he is a businessman who was traveling and had to stop here for the night. He had barely unpacked when he ran into Nan and came to realize their situation. He's been here about as long as Nan. Kim speaks calmly, telling her tale. She's a college student from a nearby town that Nan recognizes, who is passing through on her way home. She stopped at the hotel in the night and was likewise trapped. She's been trapped here an entire week. Anderson says he's an ex-U.S. Marshal. He came to stay at the hotel just to see it since it recently went up, but he ran into the same troubles. He's been here for 2 weeks. Nan and Anna are both full of questions. Together they ask if anyone knows what's going on, but are met only with silence. It seems the whole situation is still out of grasp. Nan asks what Anderson knows, where he's been getting food, how he's been staying alive. He responds simply and his voice is gravelly. He's been going to the janitor's closet in the kitchen to get food and water when necessary. Somehow they haven't run out yet. He stays in the light and doesn't let his guard down. That's how he's still alive, because he's not about to die here in this place, not without knowing what it is. There's a long silence. Kim speaks in almost a whisper and suggests that perhaps he already is dead. Perhaps they all are, and this is hell. Or heaven. At this point she asks, would they even know the difference? Nan steps up and tells Kim not to be such a downer, but Kim insists she's serious. She asks Nan to think about it. What's the last thing she remembers before she came here? Nan says that before she came here, she went to the arcade, fixed some electric wiring, then came here and had pizza. Kim insists Nan consider her story. How was she eating the pizza? Is that the last thing that happened while coming here? Could she have choked death by pizza? Nan explains that on consideration, she was eating the pizza while riding her back. She checked the work order briefly. Kim suddenly points. She announced that must be it. She was riding her bike down a busy street while eating pizza and reading. It would only have taken a split second of distraction, and she could have been struck by an automobile. Well, if she was, this is the worst isekai manga I've ever read. Nan is about to insist that she would remember such a thing, and when Anderson speaks up, he says there's another problem with the Nan story. This town doesn't have an arcade. Nan's memory feels hazy. Surely she would have remembered an incident like that. But then, she's starting to have trouble keeping things clear. She remembers Henry somehow, but was it even real? So far, everyone is described coming from the same town in this story. Kim interrupts Anderson and corrects him, saying that there is a arcade. She's been going there for years. Anderson replies that if there's a penny arcade in town, he'd know. A very sickly feeling crawls up Nan's stomach. She turns and asks very slowly, what year everyone thinks it is? There's a long pause as everyone seems to wonder if Nan is serious. Anna finally speaks up with a shrug. She says it's 1936, isn't it? Nan asks everyone what year it was when they came here. She starts by saying she arrived in December of 2009. Kim appends by saying that they should also list the last thing they remember prior to all this weirdness starting. Anna says the year is 1936. She went into the hotel, but no one was around, so she used the elevator to get a feel for it. It started making strange noises, then the lights went out. When they came on, she felt like something was chasing her, so she fled. Kim nods quietly and mutters something about the elevator to herself. Anderson says the year is 1912, late July. The hotel was still partially under construction when he arrived. After several years of going up, he passed by some carpenters and laborers, all working busily as he entered the hotel. As soon as he stepped inside, he knew something was wrong. Kim asks if anyone was on the scaffolding when he passed. Anderson says yes. Henry says it's June of 1946, as he said he was out on business when he stopped here. No one was at the front desk and he was exhausted, so he grabbed the key and took a room. He drew a bath, relaxed in it, and just as he closed his eyes, he heard someone in his room. Nan. Kim asks if he was tired enough to fall asleep. Henry shrugs. Kim nods again and wraps up with herself. 2016, August. Last thing she remembers is tripping over the threshold while coming inside. She says she hit her head pretty bad, worse than she thought maybe. Nan grills Kim on a few more details. Why would the hotel have already been empty then? Why would they have come here, especially in Nan's case, where she would have died outside the hotel? What happened to the people who should be here? Kim shrugs under Nan's barrage of questions and calmly explains that she doesn't have all the answers. Listen, I'm just trying to freak you the fuck out. I don't care. In a place like this, who could? But she's doing her best to piece it together. It doesn't seem that logical or rational, but nothing about this hotel does. They may as well be in hell now. Nan asks if she or anyone else has seen Pablo or any other guests. Henry says he ran into Pablo briefly, but didn't get his story. Hey! Nan asks everyone to wake the fuck up, Samurai! We got a city to burn! I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. Nan tells everyone to wake the fuck up. She was just chased by a horrible monster from a burning room into a visage of herself, so if anyone should be having a total fucking meltdown right now, it's her. But she's too damn preoccupied with getting out to worry about what the hell is going on with the years or whatever, or whether they're not dead. All that matters right now is that they're here, they need to not be here, and the only way that'll happen is if they work together. Nan asks if anyone knows where Pablo or the other guests absent are. Anderson takes a small puff from a cigar and nods quietly by the wall. He says he saw Pablo at the first time about a week and a half ago. He seems a little suspicious, but who doesn't in this god-forsaken place? He says the other man is named Santiago. He doesn't seem to want to stick with the group, though, but he'll probably be out on the second floor. That's where he said he was going. He also saw Alan, who was later found carved to pieces by the Pilgrim. Oh, he says, he knows the Pilgrim, and the Padre, and the Beast. Doesn't know much about them, but he's seen them. Knows that they're not on the same side. Stay far away. If you see the Beast, he tells Nan, just run. Just run and don't stop. Nan begins to formulate a plan of action. She restates that no matter what the nature of this place, whether they're dead or alive, none of that matters. This place is clearly not good, and they need to get out now. Nan asks Anderson when he knows about this place. He's been here the longest. He must have some insight. He takes a puff and begins. The hotel was built only recently, at least for him, he says. The spot of land it was built on has been open for a long time. Before that, when he was a kid, he remembers the remnants of a Spanish mission, but it was long gone before. As for the place itself, it's hard to understand. Everything seems to be moving around and changing. It's hard to rely on anything. He says he's tried the doors and windows enough time to know they don't open, except to lead somewhere you probably don't want to be, but never out. The courtyard at the center of the hotel has some windows open to it, but he's never tried crossing over into it, because that's where the Beast lives. A huge animal as black as night, barrel and vicious, cold and unthinking. It comes into the hotel sometimes. He's seen it twice inside now, he says. He states He states again that light seems to be their only true defense from the three primary threats here. He stockpiled some food here from the kitchen and the janitor's closet, and they have a little in the way of defense. Anna has a kitchen knife, Kim has a taser she brought here, Henry has a club made from a chair leg, and Anderson himself carries a revolver with a few shots remaining. As for Nan's inquiry about items, he says he has few and no offense intended to the little lady, but he feels more comfortable holding on to them himself than giving them to a stranger. Aw, no sharing inventory, Anderson? Huh? You gonna keep all your shit? Fine. Maybe I won't help you with the puzzle. Huh. I'll keep my pen to myself. Nan asks Anderson how he managed to make his cigars last 2 weeks. He pauses for a moment, glancing down at his hand. After a moment, he replies that he doesn't know. Anderson crushes his cigar in his hand. Yeah. Kim and Anna seem a bit shaken by the development. The ex-marshal asks what everyone's planned for the rest of the night. His pocket watch is still keeping time, and accordingly, it's getting late. They might want to consider sleep as an unappealing a prospect as it always is. Anderson checks his watch. He says it's 11:55 at night. His watch has been running consistently. He even says if the time here is strange, he's still running on the same schedule either way. Nan raises a point. If they're going to be sleeping, should they take shifts? Kim says it's not going to matter much as long as the lights are on. She's been able to sleep just fine for the week that she's been here. But if it would make Nan feel better, she's willing to lose a little sleep. Nan quickly considers the bathroom, and Anderson volunteers to check. He examines it for a moment, then calls an all clear. Kim agrees with Nan's decision. She'll take Kim agrees with Nan's decision. She'll take the first shift. She's not good at waking up, but many late nights at college have kept her adept at staying up. Henry follows for the following shift. Nan glances around for a second. Has anyone seen Anna? The door to the hall is ajar. Nan cautions the others to stay close in case there's danger, then leans out the door to peer into the hall. But there's no sign of Anna. Nan takes the decorative totem and returns to the room. She tells the others that there's no sign of Anna and what the plans for a rescue party. Kim immediately speaks up and is opposed to the idea. She explains that Anna may be new, but she knows the risk and shouldn't go off wandering on her own. If they follow after her, they're risking their own lives. Anderson speculates that it may not be safe, but he wouldn't feel right about leaving her behind. He thinks a rescue party is a good idea. Henry agrees. He says he's willing to go with Anna's. Alright, Nan says, if they have to split up, Kim and Henry can stay. Anderson will come along. Henry asks if he can come along instead. He says he and Nan are in this together, and he wants to go with her. Kim agrees, saying, sorry, I'm choking on oxygen right now. Alright. Kim agrees, saying she would feel safer with Anderson around anyway. She quietly adds that it makes sense to stay behind because if something happens to the room, their only safe area, they'll all be in trouble. Anderson says he's fine with either decision, but they should make it quickly. Every second they waste debating is another second out. Anna is out on her own. Kim lends Henry her taser, and Anderson lends Nan an old-fashioned oil lantern. Sorry. From the collective supply, Nan also takes a piece of rebar, which has been ground and filed on one side to make a rebar sword. It's still primarily a blunt weapon, but it'll have a bit more punch. They step out into the hall, and Anderson says he'll be watching the door in case they need to re-enter in a hurry, and good luck. Nan and Henry step out into the hall. The way to the right just leads to a dead end. The left leads down the hall and around the corner where Nan came from. There is also a window on the wall opposite the door and a stairwell leading down near the corner. The taser is a simple short-range type, and Henry says he already knows how to use it. It seems simple enough. Nan recommends heading for the corner, checking the hall down where the elevator is, then trying the stairs if there's nothing there. Henry agrees, and together they walk in silence, slowly. Henry speaks up after a few moments. He asks Nan somewhat hesitantly if they've ever met before. Like, before the hotel? He normally never forgets a face, but his memory feels strangely hazy here. And yet, there's something so familiar about her. Nan just responds she has memories of him. But they're so strange, as though she can't tell whether they're real or just a product of this place. It's weird, but Nan and Henry peer down the darkened corner of the hotel hallway. Nan stays back to observe a moment, but Henry suddenly rushes forward, yelling Anna's name. The figure by the elevator does not respond to Henry's call. Oh God, who is that? A clawed hand comes from behind and clamps tightly over Nan's mouth, dragging her roughly into the darkened stairwell. She drops the lantern on the floor by the landing, bleh, but it does not break. A hoarse, scratchy voice whispers breathily in her ear. Something very sharp glints in the darkness, less than an inch from Nan's face. The voice says that if she does not stay quiet, she will get her little throat slit wide open before she can get out the words. The figure in the dark pauses for a moment, as if waiting for Nan's reaction. Nan nods quietly, and she's pulled back suddenly, a bit further into the darkness. The hoarse, whispery voice speaks again, closer this time. She can feel hot breath against her ear. The dry male voice says, "Good. He says he's going to ask a few questions, and he wants answers, and bullshit. Or he will kill her. He wants answers. Who is she? What is her name? Why is she here? How long has she been here? What does she intend to do here?" He says to answer quick, and she won't get hurt. All he wants is answers. He removes his hand slowly, but keeps a sharpened instrument near her neck. "And don't try to scream," he says. Nan answers obediently. Her name is Nan. She's a repairwoman who was called to fix an outlet. Then she found she couldn't leave. She's been here less than a day, but as far as she can tell, and she plans to leave. There's a long, tense pause, then a click as the sharp implement is drawn away from Nan's throat. The clawed hand releases her slowly, a scratching sound followed by a sudden flare of light as the figure in the dark lights a match. Nan turns to look. The strange man quietly introduces himself as Santiago. His hands aren't clawed at all. He's just ungroomed. His fingernails have grown long. He gives Nan an odd look and asks, "Why would she want to leave? Doesn't she know what this place is?" As Santiago pockets his switchblade, Nan hesitates, then answers no. She doesn't know what this place is. Santiago grins broadly and gestures out grandly. He says, "He does! Everyone has a theory on this place. Everyone wants to know," he says. "They want to know too much. That won't do them any good." He says Pablo thinks this place is a mystery, like a dream. Kim says this place is hell, but Santiago says he knows. This place is freedom. Out there are rules, there are laws, there are morals. People fear God, but in here there is no right and wrong. There is no God, there is only us. There is only what we do and what we feel. This is absolute. This is freedom. This is a world at long last of man's delight. Kim and the other think they know so much about this world, but not this place. But maybe Nan thinks she knows too, but she's wrong. She has to forget that and just go with it. Forget about everything you may never be able to know. Forget about if anything you do is anything good or anything bad. Forget about what you're doing is what you should. This place is the ultimate freedom, so he asks. Why would anyone want to leave? Whew. Nan responds nervously that as well and good as that may be, it's not worth people trying to kill her. "Oh?" asks Santiago. "What's so bad about death?" He leans in closer. He says, "A girl named Anna arrived the other day. She has an interesting idea about this place. Does Nan know what Anna thinks? She thinks everyone is here for a reason. That this is a prison that they've all earned themselves a sentence in through their own actions. Some horrible thing they've done. Some sin they've committed. They're trapped here by their own design. This is their punishment. Maybe Anna wants to be punished, Santiago says through his teeth. Maybe she thinks she deserves it so much that's what she's waiting for. Nan scoots back uncomfortably and Santiago grins, leaning close to her ear. He whispers another question in a hoarse voice. And what about you, Nan? What's your sin? Nan insists she has no idea what her sin is, and she considers herself a generally okay person. Besides, didn't Santiago say there are no sins in this place? Santiago grins even wider and lets out an amused gasp. Evidently, he and Nan are on the same page, he says. Anna's theory is baseless. It's only a product of her own desire to be punished. Maybe she should be punished. Nan glances back at the stairway door. She tells Santiago politely that it's been nice meeting him, but she should really get back to the group. Santiago grabs Nan's arm lightly and asks if she's really going so soon. As long as she's here, wouldn't she rather stay and see the kind of fun truly free people can have in the dark? Nan says she's got to get going at the moment. She has a lot of thinking to do. As she turns, a light flickers into the stairwell from the hall above. A voice calls out to Nan. Henry's voice. He's asking if she's there. Nan turns back to Santiago, who has released her arm. With a fizzing sound, he extinguishes his match, leaving only a faint plume of dark smoke hanging in the air. He steps back down the stairwell, disappearing into darkness. He says to be patient. He says next time he'll have some real fun with her. That was fun. Nan is torn between running away with a sick feeling in her stomach or forcing a wave goodbye. But Santiago has already left. Henry appears in the doorway a moment later, shining his flashlight in, and Rana is getting some water. Woo! 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 Henry appears in the doorway a moment later, shining his flashlight in. He seems to be relieved to see Nan hasn't gone far. Nan says he ran into Santiago, and Henry pales a little. She says he seems to be at home in the darkness. Henry says perhaps he found a way to live in the dark safely. From what he heard, Santiago's been here for almost a whole month. He turns to Anna, who stands quietly beside him. He says she was just waiting by the elevator, staring into it. Anna very quietly explains she thought she heard someone calling to her. Nan asks Henry what he remembers after they last met, when Nan threw the lamp. He says the room went pitch black and he didn't have a light source. He called out for her, but she wouldn't answer. He opened the door to the hall, hoping to let some light in, but then he remembered the power was still off out there. Before he could close the door, something attacked him in the darkness, and he woke up in the shared room. Anne follows quietly. The pendant bears a striking resemblance to Nan's own, but when she checks her pocket, it's gone. Nan explains her own ordeals, but it's so disjointed, like a dream, that's hard to explain. Henry seems to get the gist of it, though, and says he's just relieved that Nan is alright after all that. The group returns to the room where Kim and Anderson are waiting. Everyone is glad that Anna is safe and is back safe. Anna quietly stares at the floor, says they're not going to get out of here. Maybe they don't deserve to. Nan tells Anna to stop being such a downer. Anna asks how she can possibly be optimistic in a place like this, or has Nan just not looked around her? They're trapped here, and Anna can't help but feel there's a reason. Nan asks if they're all here for a reason. What did Anna do to deserve it? She's quiet for a moment. Then she answers that she's not about to say what, but it's there. She's got her bad thing, and she bets so does everyone else here. She nods to Anderson as an example. How many times do you think he's fired that gun? Has he killed anyone? Anderson says, of course he has. He's a U.S. Marshal. Sometimes it's part of the job. If this is limbo or hell, why aren't there more people here? Anna says that this isn't hell because they're not dead. They're just being punished. And they put themselves here. There, there are surely many others, but why they are here rather than they... Why... yeah. There are surely many others, but why they are here rather than they is anyone's guess. At the least, they couldn't fit all into one place, couldn't they? Henry interjects on Anderson's behalf, excusing the marshal. He says it's sometimes necessary for a lawman to kill if innocent lives are endangered, but upholding the law and murder are two different things, and surely if Anderson's never killed an innocent man... Anderson scowls and speaks gruffly. He says there's never met an innocent man. Oh dear. Nan asks Anna what sin she could have committed that was so bad she'd wind up here. Anna says she hopes Nan will excuse her that she's not exactly... Anna says she hopes Nan will excuse her that she's not exactly itching to share. Nan is fed up with everyone being a downer. She tells Anna that whether or not they deserve to be here doesn't make a difference now. If Anna wants to just sit in the corner and wallow in self-pity, that's her choice. But Nan isn't about to give up. Anna smirks oddly and corrects Nan. She clarifies that she never said she was giving up. If they're here by their own actions, that just means they can leave by their own actions too. And Anna, for one, doesn't plan to die in a place like this. She's getting the hell out of here first and sorting out her absolution later. There is a knock at the door. Nan decides to defer to the others. Luckily, it seems they are prepared. Anderson stands by the door and draws an old-fashioned revolver. He gruffly asks who's there, and a moment later, a familiar voice responds. It's Pablo! After a quick nod to the rest of the group, Anderson swings the door open and levels his pistol. But it's only Pablo, after all. He's understandably surprised by a gun pointed at him and tells Anderson to put it away as he stands in the open doorway. Anderson lets Pablo in, and he promptly notices Nan with a pleasant surprise. Pablo says that after she smashed that thing in his room, everything went black, and when the lights came back on a few seconds later, she was gone. He'd feared the worst, but evidently she's all right, and now she's here with everyone else to boot. He thought he might not ever see her again. Nan raises her hand, and Pablo eyes it strangely, but with a quick gesture and a little encouragement, they high-five, if a little awkwardly. Pablo smiles. Nan asks him what year it is. Pablo gives Nan an even stranger look, and after a pause, he seems to decide she must be serious. He says it's still 1966, right? Surely they haven't been here that long. Nan sits Pablo down and informs him of the strange effect this place has on their relative home times. Pablo glances around in confusion for a moment, but the others nod to confirm Nan's explanation. He settles down for a minute without saying anything, but then asks Nan if people are living on the moon yet in her time. Nan says no. Kim says not in her time either. Pablo seems a little disappointed, but otherwise largely unfazed by this revelation. Damn it, I'm in hell, and we still haven't reached the moon in 2009? What the fuck, society? Nan says they need a plan. They should have combined knowledge, maybe work on a map. Henry agrees. Kim does too, but she says it's far too late to concentrate on things like that. They should start thinking about sleep. Now there are 6 of them, they can take 3 shifts of 2 people each. Everyone can get a few hours of sleep. All right. Kim says that she'll take the first shift. She's not as reliable at getting up early, but she can pull late nights no problem. It's part of the college schedule. Nan sympathizes. She's never been too much of an early riser and hates interrupted sleep. She sleeps in the late on weekends and weekdays too. Usually Anderson... And weekdays too, usually. Anderson says he's staying up with Kim. She's the youngest, and if anyone needs him for backup, she does. Kim doesn't object. Pablo asks no one in particular who should take the other shifts. Anna suggests jokingly that they should have mixed shifts, so there's no point where all the girls are asleep Anna suggests jokingly that they should have mixed shifts, since there's no point where all the girls are asleep, since who knows what the men would get up to. But she apologizes sheepishly after nobody laughs. Don't you hate when you make a joke like that? Like, hey, what if you try some funny business? Oh, no one's laughing? Okay. With Anderson and Kim taking the first shift, Nan offers to take the final shift with Henry, who agrees. That leaves Anna and Pablo in the middle shift, and they accept as well. Kim rises from the bed and offers it to the others, but everyone is too polite to take the bed. It's Nan's if she wants it. Nan shrugs and graciously accepts the offer of the bed. Understandably, the lights are going to be staying on, but that will be the last thing keeping her up. And yet, settling in, Nan realizes how tired she really is. She lies down, closes her eyes, and tries to sleep. Nan dreams of blood and sweat and darkness. Nothing seems to form completely. Nan wakes up. Nan is in a strange place. There are no real furnishings around except for all these tall, strange installments that look like badly stretched canvas. She stands in a long, darkened white hallway that leads to a larger but as just as unfurnished room on one side and narrow doorway on the other, from which the steady light is pouring. Nan peers into the next room. There are 6 more canvases here. Only one bears a silhouette and something else. Nan stops for a moment and watches. She quietly calls out, "Hello?" The figure on the floor has definitely noticed her. Something about the room's atmosphere changes very suddenly. Something on the canvas moves. Nan runs towards the light. The darkness begins to recede behind her as the narrow doorway rushes up. The faint, soft sound of crying hangs almost placelessly in the air. As she runs towards the light, she takes one quick I can't talk. Nan takes one quick glance over her shoulder. Nan suddenly bursts through the doorway and emerges in a cold white room full of light. Pablo is here, making soft, sobbing sounds. And apparently rubbing his face with tomato paste? There is no door to the hallway Nan just came from. Nan quietly says Pablo's name, hoping to get a response. Immediately he snaps up, pulling his head away from his hands, which are soaked with blood. He stares at Nan for a long moment, then begins to speak. His voice is shaky and breaks intermittently as he speaks. He says, Hello, baby. Are you coming back now? He says, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Can you ever forgive me? Can you ever forgive me for what I did, baby? Please, I'm begging you. I'm sorry. I know we can be happy together again. I'm sorry. I never wanted it to be this way. I never meant for it to happen like this. Can you forgive me, please? I just want you back. Pablo, what did you do? He says he made a mistake. It wasn't supposed to be like this, but now you're back. Now he has a second chance, and he's going to make you live forever. The world gets blurry as Nan becomes aware of a strange sensation on her cheek. Nan wakes up. God damn it, I thought we were doing shifts, guys. What, are you all in the shower? Nan peers into the bathroom, but there is no one there. She calls out, but there's no response. Nan steps outside into the hall. Oh. Nan looks over. Anna's bloodied hat lies by the 2 obscured figures, one sprawled on the floor against the wall, the other dark, kneeling over the first. It appears the black-cloaked figure is doing something to the other with his hands. Oh, fucking God. She belongs to this place now. You can't help her, Nan. You can't help anyone. You can't even help yourself. But in death you have a purpose. Come, Nan. Embrace death. Nan is torn between fight and flight. Her options are limited. She's by no means a fighter, but the only door out of this hall is past this ragged figure. She must take a stand, but she's afraid of getting close. She compromises. Stealing her wheel, she reels back with the sharpened piece of rebar and prepares to hurl it at the oncoming monstrosity. Nan throws the rebar sword. It spins through the air in a sharp arc. It's a lucky throw. The sharpened edge of the rebar sword buried deep in the monster's skull, sending bone fragments flying. Hell yeah! Take that, pilgrim! Snap! Bone shards fly through as the monster roughly rips the rebar's sword from its own skull. It doesn't seem fazed at all. You cannot fight this, Nan. Only when your life isn't extinguished can this end. Nan throws questions at the approaching monsters. Why did it kill Anna? Why is it doing it? Doing this? What is this place? But the creature does not seem to be in a talkative mood. No, stop talking. No questions, please. You have to die. You need to release me. The creature wields its knife menacingly and begins shambling towards Nan. Shambling towards Nan. Clearly is not waiting for permission. Rude. Nan considers rushing the monster with the table, but on reconsidering, Rana struggles to read this sentence. Nan considers rushing the monster with the table, but on reconsideration decides to just flee. She runs to the end of the hallway. The window appears to be unlocked, and she begins to force it open as the creature approaches. Has entered the courtyard. Nan edges over to the nearest window carefully. However, she's on the third floor and standing on a downward slanting awning that feels like rounded clay roofing tile. Her footing is uneven, but she manages to proceed away from the hallway window slowly. Nan presses herself up to the wall and hides in the darkness. A moment later, the skeletal face appears through the window, peering out into the night and down the lit awning to the dark courtyard below. Nan tries her best not to make a sound. She barely even breathes. After what feels like a very long time, the cloaked figure disappears from the window. His shadow slowly recedes. I'm sorry it has to be this way, Nan. Nan forces herself to wait another minute or two, but the shadow does not return. She slowly edges over to the other window, but pulling at it, it appears to be locked from the inside. Nan looks out over the courtyard in the center of the hotel, but it doesn't open to the outside. It's hard to see anything but more of the hotel. It appears much larger than she first imagined. It's too dark to make much of anything out, though, save for a few distant lit windows. Nan could swear she sees dark shapes intermittently pass by them. As she observes the courtyard, Nan draws her screwdriver, thinking to unlatch the window with it. But the window is suddenly thrown open and a hand grabs her wrist tightly in the darkness. Nan shouts out suddenly, both in surprise and instinctively to identify herself. A familiar face leans out the window. I thought I heard someone out here. Well, are you coming in or not? Santiago helps Nan inside, where he welcomes her to the sunset room. It seems much larger inside than it did from the outside. An old-fashioned piano sits in the corner, and there are tables, chairs, stools, and an old ripped-up painting. A single door leads out. The room is well lit, and yet there don't appear to be any visible light sources. Santiago seats himself at the piano in a crooked stool. Nan thanks him for letting her in the window. He turns suddenly, hissing. He says not to do that. He says he didn't do it for her. He did it because he wanted to. He tells Nan not to ever thank him. Nan says she's glad all the same. Santiago begins to play the piano. Ding, 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 ding. The tune is strangely beautiful, yet discordant. It's clear Santiago really knows how to play, but the melody is as uncontrollable and unpredictable as its creator. Something about the music Nan feels very uncomfortable. Her stomach knots up. She uneasily begins to explain about what happened about Anna and the creature that pursued her. Santiago responds, but doesn't stop playing. He says, nonsense, why, a pretty little bit about it. He says, Anna wanted it. You could tell. Nan asks for the whereabouts of her other friends. Santiago says he doesn't know. He only just got here himself. No one around but her and Anna. Nan asks what he means about Anna wanting to die. How he could tell. He says he can always tell. Santiago says he could always see it in her eyes. Through the terror, through the fear, he knew. Don't cry for her. She had to be put down, you see. At least she had a purpose. Nan asks what Santiago thinks her purpose is. He keeps playing and says he wants to talk about something else new. Nan asks about the music. Santiago asks her if she likes it. He only just wrote it. It's called Anna in memoriam of the most recently deceased guest. He says it was inspired by her lovely screams for mercy. Nan stares out the window into the courtyard. At the ground floor, something stares back. Hi! Admin Brave! Welcome, welcome! How'd your stream go? Things go good? You do some pirating? Hello, raid owners. I'm assuming Spruce came with you. Brave raid! Brave raid! Kind of a slow night, ain't it, Brave? I don't know, something going on. We murdered an innocent sloop. It felt good. Yes, murder is good. And I think you'll like Santiago, Spruce. He's quite a trip. Alright, let me get one more drink first. A toast to your murder. Nan asks Santiago if he really just got here. He seems knowledgeable enough. He laughs, still playing. No, he says, he only just got here, in the sunset room. He's been in the hotel much longer. It was 1986 when he got here, and yet only a month or so has passed. Nan asks about the beast, and Santiago grins, suggesting she leave it alone and stay away from the window. She wouldn't want to get it roiled up. To avoid upsetting him, Nan says she likes the music. Santiago grins and nods. He says, good, maybe he'll write one for Nan next. Nan asks if there's been others. Oh yes, Santiago says, and they all screamed quite beautifully. Nan asks Santiago's plans for her song involve her dying. Santiago grins. He says, everyone has to die sooner or later. Nan is unnerved and just comes right out with it. She asks how she knows she can trust Santiago. He laughs and says, she can't. She says she doesn't know if he will hurt her. He laughs even louder and says he doesn't know either. But that's what makes it so exciting. Goes back to playing after a pause. Besides, he says, if he really wants something to be afraid of, Nan should go look in a mirror. Had fun with your new pirate outfit? Yeah, I saw that. That was pretty good. I like the eye patch. Eye patches are just, straight up drip right there. At Nan's asking, Santiago explains that he came here in December of 1986. When she asks about the skeletal figure, he grins. That bag of bones, he says, is what Anderson and the others call the Pilgrim. The Pilgrim's smart. Looks out for himself, he says. He only does what he wants, just like Santiago. Smart. This place is freedom. No authority, no God, no one to answer to, no right and wrong. Do what you want to do. Santiago grins, still playing. Nan agrees, doesn't she? She said she did. Santiago shifts into a simple but quick tempo portion of his musical piece without breaking the beat. Holds out one hand. Give me your hand. Nan gives Santiago her hand and he finally stops playing. The room is uncomfortably silent. After a moment, he glances up at her, gripping her hand. He asks why she gave her hand to him. She is free. She could have done anything, and he is free too. He could do anything with her hand, and Nan has no way of knowing what that is, and yet she gave him her hand. He smiles, seeming quite amused, and asks, why? Nan says she gave him her hand as a sign of trust. Now it's his choice to do with that trust as he will. He has no obligation, and neither does she. In the end, it was because she wanted to. Santiago nearly screams, yes! Yes, that's it, he says, teeth bared in a hysterical grin. He brings his other hand up, which grips his open switchblade. That's freedom! That's true freedom! To resist or submit, to kill or die, to cut someone's fingers off one by one! And you know what? He doesn't even want to do that anymore! Not right now! He's so happy he wants to do something nice for Nan, because it would make him happier! Jesus fucking Christ. Santiago's a trip. Santiago asks what Nan would like. He chooses to do something nice for her because it would make him happy to do so. So what would she like? Nan asks Santiago for advice on how to move safe. Seems like a swell person. True. Nan asks Santiago for advice on how to move safely in the dark. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Dear God, I need it. Okay. Nan asks Santiago for advice on how to move safely in the darkness. He laughs hysterically and says, "There is no way to move safely here, especially not in darkness." As if on cue, the lights go out. Only the dimmest light from the courtyard filters into the room, and Santiago's eerie song begins again. He says the lights go out all the time, when they get angry especially, when they become disturbed in fact. In the time he's been here, it seems like any time you go against the hotel, it will do what it can to stop you. And the first step is always to cut the lights, because that's when the really bad things get free roam. Like the beast and the father. The best way to keep the lights on are not to make waves. But what's the fun in that? There's no moving safely in the dark, he says. You just have to learn not to be afraid. Not because the things there can't hurt you. Because they can. Oh, they certainly can. Especially father. But you're free to move, just as you're free to die. That's how he can live in the dark. He doesn't fear death. He is free in the darkness, and he is not afraid, little by little, just letting it become part of himself. Oh, God, I need to move my jaw around more. The music suddenly stops. Shh, he says. Do you feel that? They're here. We better get moving if we want to stay alive, he says. Santiago rushes to the door and slams it open. The faintest light from the hall helps Nan follow after. Hurrying through the darkness, vague shapes move around her, and she can hear that same ragged, heavy breathing. Nan emerges in the hall and notices the light is coming from an old-fashioned oil lantern with the flame dialed way down. Another set of eyes gleam in the darkness to her right. Santiago appears to be a rather fast runner. Nan snatches the lantern off the wall, dialing it up quickly. As the light flares up, Santiago suddenly screeches to a halt, turning around, shouting, "Nan, no!" Everything goes white. When the glare fades, Nan finds herself someplace new. A few men in strange uniform move around purposely around the terracotta courtyard. The warm scent of flowers rise in the summer heat. The sun is out, and Nan has forgotten how comforting its light was. No, it doesn't seem like heaven, but it is quite peaceful. Beneath the warm summer sun, the terracotta courtyard is full of figures moving about, all connecting into other parts of what appear to be a Spanish mission. It seems quite well maintained, with no signs of age. Nan approaches the man in the black hood and poncho, who seats himself by the bells, says hello and asks for information. The man rests on the stone bench and pulls back his black hood before smiling at Nan and nodding quietly. Of course, he says. What can this humble traveler do to help? Though she tries not to react strongly, the man in the black robe notices her reaction and points to his scar, explaining that it's not important. It's from a long time ago. Nan asks for the date, including the year. The man smiles, looking at the warm sky, at the sun-baked adobe and tile roof of the building by the courtyard. He says that he understands. At a place like this, it must be so easy to lose track of time. He's just passing through himself, here to see someone, then move on. Yet he wishes he could stay in this lovely place so long that he too could lose track of the years. Is it the 3rd or perhaps the 4th of June in the year 1828. Nan asks the man in the black hood his name and offers her own. He introduces himself as Lorenzo. Nan asks who he's here to see, and he says before he passes through on his way north, he'd like to speak with the Padre and get his blessing. Nan asks if she can come along to see the Padre. Lorenzo says she certainly can. In fact, here he is now. He comments that it doesn't appear that the Padre is going to be coming to them, so Lorenzo dons his black hood and stands, offering Nan his hand. But everything is going dark. The warm sunlight is receding. Nan reaches out, but Lorenzo and the courtyard are already gone. In the darkness, Nan can only see Santiago, who looms over her holding the dimmed lantern. He says Nan is on her own now. He's going to take the lantern. He'd love to stay and have more fun with her, but it's not a good time to stay at one place. Nan apologizes, to which Santiago only laughs. As he runs off into the darkness, disappearing from sight, he calls back to her. He says, "She's quite mistaken. There's no need to apologize. After all, whatever she saw, it's her problem, not his." It is very dark here. Hardly anything can be seen. End part 4. Santiago has run off, taking the lantern with him, leaving Nan in the darkness of the third-floor hall, just outside the sunset room. The heavy, ragged breathing and shuffling footsteps have gone quiet. All that remains is silence and the pale, placeless echo of Nan's vision of the terracotta courtyard. Nan stands up and begins feeling along the wall. She rechecks her inventory to find ballpoint pen, Phillips head screwdriver, magnifying glass, and a check for services rendered at the Fun Family Arcade. It appears her cross pendant is still missing. Nan continues along the wall and finds something that feels like a button. Nan presses the button, the elevator doors open. Kim screams, then sighs in relief, lowering her taser. It's just Nan after all. Nan steps into the elevator and delivers the grim news about Anna's fate. Evidently, Anderson and Kim were not aware, and Kim gasps in tragic realization. Anderson seems angry. He says this is why they slept in shifts. Who was Anna staying up with? Pablo. Pablo had this shift with Anna. After they woke up Anna and Pablo for their shift, they took a short nap, then headed out to look for Santiago. Kim groans. That means Pablo could be dead too. Anderson says that's definitely one possibility. Nan asks if anyone understands what's going on and how she suddenly wound up somewhere else. Kim asks where exactly she wound up. The lights come back on with a quiet hum. Nan explains her dreams, which brought her to a strange place where she saw Pablo, then to a terracotta courtyard. Kim's face seems to darken at the discussion of Pablo's behavior, but comforts Nan. It was just a dream after all. Anderson says nothing. Nan explains her ordeal after waking up, how she was chased and led around. Kim asks what part of that constitutes a space-time oddity if she just moved around. Finally, Nan suggests they take the elevator back to the safe room. Anderson replies that the safe room is on the 3rd floor, where they already are. He studies Nan quietly and asks if she's sure she's alright. Nan considers her situation. Perhaps she's a little confused. She was being chased by the pilgrim. She must have gotten turned around. Anna was here. She's sure of it. But now the hallway's empty. Nan asks if there used to be a Spanish mission here. Anderson says there was when he was a boy. Its ruins were here, burnt to the ground some time ago, cleared out years later in preparation for the hotel. Nan asks why it was burnt down. Anderson says he doesn't know what happened before it was burned. Nan returns to the safe room. Doesn't feel very fucking safe. At least he's apologetic about that. I'm sorry that you don't feel safe in me anymore. I'm a bad safe room. I'm sorry. There doesn't appear to be any more to note. The markings in the room haven't changed from the last time. Faint, ashy trails leading up the walls. Nan checks the bathroom, but it's empty. No one else is here. Nan looks at herself in the mirror. Huh. Nan turns around, but no one is behind her. Nan touches her head. There's a dull pain there. Nan decides to exit the safe house bathroom. Nan re-enters the 3rd floor safe house. Nan warns the other to be careful around mirrors. She still feels a dull pain in her forehead. Anderson asks if they all plan on just sitting here until they die. Kim says they have enough food and water here to last them a while, and the room seems safe so far, so it might be best to just wait for rescue. Nan says rescue is not coming. Nothing here seems certain, but that's about as sure as she can be about anything. And Nan asks if anyone has keys. Most of the rooms appear locked or barred. Kim says she has a key to something called the Anasazi Lounge. She found it in her room when she first got here. Nan can have it. Kim doesn't even know where the lounge is. Nan takes the Anasazi Lounge Anasazi lounge key from Kim. Kim says Nan can go, but she's staying here where she's been safe for the past several days. Besides, she still has no idea where the lounge is. Anderson says he doesn't want to leave either of them alone, but clearly he'll have to choose who to stay with. Nan decides to head out on her own, as Kim seems intent on staying here. Anderson offers her a lead pipe as a weapon. Ah, yeah! Scrounging through the drawers, she recovers a flashlight. Even better! Nan takes the items and steps out into the third floor hallway. Where to? Ooh. Nan heads for the elevator. Perhaps the Anasazi lounge is on the second floor. The lights at the end of the hallway have gone out. Oh no. Nan shines her flashlight. The result is not entirely as expected. Hello there, friend. You're a friend, aren't you? Nan hesitates and attempts to greet the Padre. Hello there, how are you? Oh, God! Nan's modes of exit are quickly narrowed. Something appears to be blocking the stairs. Darkness covers the halls as the lights go out one by one. Nan glances to the elevator, considering her options. One light is left on, and honestly, this room doesn't seem like the best decision to stick around in. Nan backs away slowly. The Padre begins to run. Get the fuck out, get the fuck out, get the fuck out, get the fuck out! Nan flees to the elevator! Nan slams the button for the ground floor. Okay. On the wall of the elevator is a figure vaguely resembling a person. It is marked directly on the surface, and its texture is worn, aged, and unevenly speckled. Whether it's been painted or otherwise imprinted is not clear. The elevator begins to move and descending slowly. Nan pokes the strange mark with her lead pipe, but it's just like poking the wall. The elevator stalls for a second, then continues downward. Nan says hello, but there's no response of any kind. She says Anna's name, but still there's no response. The elevator passes the second floor without incident and chimes once. Nan waits until the elevator reaches the ground floor. It chimes once, the doors open, the lights appear to be out in the hall. The marking is dark, its texture aged and mottled. On closer inspection, it almost seems to be a mottled burn mark. Nan reaches forward and tries to chip off a piece of the dark mark on the wall. Something doesn't feel quite right. Nan is somewhere. Below is a dirty old elevator shaft. The elevator car sits at the bottom, but given the proportions, it doesn't feel like the same elevator. Nan walks over and asks Anna what she's doing, but Anna is too busy with her work to respond. A voice comes from below, distant and echoing. The source cannot be seen. The voice asks Anna if she's done yet. Anna replies that she's almost done. She calls the voice Mr. Bowerman. Anna drops her screwdriver and it tumbles down the elevator shaft below. She curses quietly, reaching out for it in vain. After a moment, she sighs, rummaging through her toolbox, unable to find whatever she was looking for. Anna mutters that should be fine anyway. Nan offers Anna the screwdriver, but as it does not seem to catch her attention, she places it in Anna's toolbox. Anna rummages past it, then picks it up, commenting that it appears she did have a spare after all. She goes back to work. Anna finishes her work a minute later, murmuring that it's as tight as it's gonna get. She packs up her tools and goes down the ladder, descending carefully. She calls out that she's coming back down now. Nan follows after Anna, heading toward the ladder. Nan is suddenly somewhere else. Nan is back in the hotel elevator. Well, that was fucking weird. Nan exits the elevator and steps onto the main landing at the ground floor. The lights are still on for now. Nan examines a seaside painting. It depicts some sort of very primitive-looking building made of stone or perhaps clay standing on a cliff by the seaside. A strange tower, perhaps some kind of lighthouse, stands beside it with a great bonfire burning atop it. The majority of the painting is dominated by a very bleak, very gray sea. Nan opens the janitor's closet door. It appears to be more than just a closet. It opens to a steep, narrow stairway. Somewhere at the other end of the darkness below is a faint, shimmering light. Nan descends into the dim stairwell. Nan has entered the janitor's closet. And oh God, someone needs to clean up in here. Nan squints against the hazy darkness and shines her flashlight up into the thick smoke that lingers overhead. The weak beam of light barely fights back the choking black fog, but it's enough to see past the soot-caked water tanks into the mess of the crisscross pipes above. Nan's eyes follow the electrical wire from the chandelier outside. It strings across the wall high up and comes down on the opposite wall, entering an electrical box near the furnace. Nan inspects the laid-out supplies, several tins of canned food, and some bottled water here. Looks like someone's stash. Also present are a few cigarettes. Score! Nan shines her flashlight behind the tanks, and a familiar voice comes out in return as Henry steps into the light. "Oh, thank God it is you!" he says with a sigh of relief. Henry wipes his brow, covered in sweat. He has a few minor injuries, but he said, "Thank you for taco time, Spruce." Taco. Yeah, oh, thank God it is you, Taco, he says with a sigh of relief. Henry wipes his brow, covered in sweat, Taco. He has a few minor injuries, Taco. He says he can't believe Nan's still all right, Taco. He says he was worried it was that skeleton face thing coming back, Taco. Nan decides to hold off on Henry, even if she is relieved to see him, Taco. Now is not the time or place, Taco. Nan recovers some food and water from the supply stash and takes some unopened packed of cigarettes, Taco. 'Cause you gotta have that smokes, Taco. Gotta have that smokes, Taco. Henry explains what's been going on. He says that when he woke up in the room, Pablo and Anna were already gone, Taco. He heard screams out in the hall, so he tried to wake Nan, but she was having some kind of nightmare, Taco. She tossed and turned, muttering something, and he couldn't wake her up, so he ran out to see for himself, Taco. Out in the hall, he found Anna, freshly killed, and tried to approach when the skeleton-faced creature attacked him, Taco. He ran down the stairs to escape and came here, where the others had said there was food and water, to try and take hide here while... Okay, that's spelled a little weird, Taco. To try and take hide here and wait out the danger, Taco. It was locked, so he smashed the door open with his chair leg clubbed and took shelter, Taco. He hid when he heard someone coming in, thinking it might be that skull face thing, and now here we are, Taco. Nan asks how long ago this was, Taco. Henry says he's not sure. Less than an hour, probably, Taco? Nan asks Henry... Nan asks how Henry took the stairs if there are no stairs on the first floor, Taco. And Henry says of course there are, Taco. Henry says he has no idea if there are any hidden passages or secrets around here, Taco. Help, Taco. Help, Taco! Help me, Taco! Nan investigates a voice coming from the smoldering Ernest, Taco. Help me, Taco! Nan, get me out! I'm still alive, Taco! For the love of God, get me out, Taco! Kim is in the furnace, Taco. Kim is badly burned, Taco. Nan quickly kneels down, trying to pull off the rusty grate covering the immense furnace, Taco. Nan turns to look at Henry, Taco. Henry stands frozen, Taco. He swears he didn't put her in there, Taco! He swears, Taco! That's rather fucking specific, Henry, Taco. Nan demands Henry help her, Taco. He does not move, Taco. Nan pulls the grate open, Taco. Within the walls of the room, something loud and metallic rattles, Taco. There is a strange noise, Taco. Nan asks Kim how she got in there, Taco. She says he put her in there, Taco. She begs for help, Taco. Kim struggles, Taco. She screams that her leg is still stuck, Taco. The entire room shudders as the furnace kicks on, Taco. Nan! Taco! Kim screams in agony, Taco. She claws at the furnace fixture, trying to drag herself out of the fire, Taco. Don't let me die here, Taco! Help me, Taco! Get me out, Taco! For the love of God! For the love of God, Taco! Nan and Kim grab each other by the wrists and pull, Taco. She's stuck, Taco. They pull harder, Taco. What's going on, Taco? I heard screaming, Taco. Kim, what the fuck are you doing here, Taco? You're busy burning alive, Taco. Come help yourself, Taco. Wait, what? Taco? Taco! The hand is still pulling, Taco. Well, fuck indeed, Taco. Nan continues to pull, but the counter pull is stronger, Taco. Something is wrong, Taco. Nan calls for help, Taco. Henry and Kim grab her by the shoulders and drag her away, Taco. The grip on her arm is broken, Taco.
No, we wanted to take her with us, Taco.
The furnace shuts off, Taco. Well, that was kind of fucked up, Taco. The furnace dies, leaving nothing, Taco. Not even ashes, Taco. The boiler room grows dark and cold, Taco. Nan leaves the flashlight off, Taco. After staring at the fire, it takes a moment for her vision to readjust to the dim boiler room, Taco. Nan leaves the boiler room with Kim and Henry, Taco. As you fucking should, Taco. Bye-bye, oh, God, Taco. Oh, fuck, that's the Padre, Taco. Nan, Henry, and Kim arrive at the first floor landing, Taco. Anderson is here, keeping watch, Taco. He is armed, Taco. Nan asks Henry if he saw what she did, Taco. He replies that he thought he saw Kim in the furnace, Taco, but now it's clear that it's impossible, Taco. On the other hand, he says plenty of what they've seen already should be impossible, Taco. Nan tells Kim what she witnessed in the boiler room, Taco. Kim is quiet for a moment, then asks what made Nan think it was her, and not the hotel itself, Taco. She's right here, Taco, and it seems whatever was in that furnace wasn't trying to get out, Taco. It was trying to pull her in, Taco. Kim says it doesn't sound like an omen, Taco. It sounds like a trap, Taco. You've activated the hotel's trap card, Yugi, Taco. Nan leads the group into the hotel lobby, Taco. Nan asks Henry about his specific denial, Taco. Yeah, what the fuck was up with that, Taco? He shakes his head and says that there's already enough suspicion going around, Taco. He says he was the only other person in the room, so he thought it was natural Nan would suspect him, Taco. Yeah, jeez, Nan, Taco. Haven't you ever thought, oh shit, there's a murder, Taco. Better let people know it wasn't me, Taco. It's only natural, Taco. You know what I'm talking about, right, Spruce Taco? Nan explains her encounter with herself earlier as a point of comparison, but Kim doesn't seem worried, Taco. She says omens are one thing, but as long as they're alive, they have free will, Taco. She seems intent on believing that it was the hotel trying to get Nan, and that it only looked at her like her as a means to an end, Taco. I'm not getting into a furnace anytime soon, Taco. I'm not that stupid, Taco. That furnace is looking pretty warm right now, Taco. And it is kind of cold in here, Taco. Maybe just a little. No, I must resist, Taco. You're not getting me, Hotel Taco. In light of whatever just happened, Nan suggests passcodes, Taco, but she's not far into explaining her idea when Anderson interrupts, Taco. He asks Nan if she hasn't been paying attention all along, Taco. Look around, Taco. This place knows who we are, where we are, Taco. It's watching us right now, Taco. Nan retrieves the decorative totem from its slot in the mailbox of room 117, Taco. It seems like lost items have a habit of finding their way here, Taco. Henry is wearing the cross necklace, Taco. As for the totem, no one appears to recognize it, Taco. Turning it over, Nan finds something scratched into the base, Taco. Nan uses the magnifying glass, Taco. Pablo, Taco. Anderson tells Nan that he and Kim are heading back to the third floor safe room, Taco. They only came out because Nan had been gone for a while and they wanted to make sure she was alright, Taco. If she wants to come back, she's welcome to, but he's gonna stay with Kim and make sure she gets back alright, Taco. If Nan wants to keep exploring, that's her business, Taco. Henry offers to stay with Nan, Taco. Yay, we got Henry, Taco. Nan decides on a long overdue check of her inventory, Taco. She is carrying, Taco. Pen, magnifying glass, check from the Family Fun arcade, strange totem, flashlight, lead pipe, key to the Anasazi Lounge, Taco. Banging on my desk, Taco. Okay, I'm done. No, I'm not, Taco. No, I'm not. Taco. Henry gives Kim and Anderson most of the supplies he gathered from the boiler room, and they head back to the safe room, Taco. Nan and Henry head to room 117, Taco. Nan asks Henry if he knows where the Anasazi Lounge is, and he says it might be on the second floor since he hasn't seen any entrances like that on the first and third, Taco. Henry asks Nan what it is she's looking for in room 117, Taco. Nan says she needs to find Pablo, Taco. Even some trace of him, Taco. Nan and Henry open the door to room 117, Taco. Oh god, Taco. No sign of Pablo, Taco, but Nan's seen this before, Taco. A tall, flat canvas streaked red, Taco. The light switch doesn't work, Taco. The lights are broken, Taco. Not shattered, Taco. Melted, Taco? While Henry checks the bathroom, Nan pulls the large canvas out a little and checking behind it, Taco. But there's nothing but a blank wall and a wood-braced back of the canvas, Taco. Henry says the bathroom is empty, Taco. The tacky red substance of the canvas comes off on Nan's hand, Taco. It's paint, Taco. Well, that's not creepy at all, Taco. Nan shines the flashlight into the hole from a safe distance, Taco. It's a short tunnel, perhaps 6 feet deep. It narrows a bit near the end, Taco. It's unobstructed, Taco. There appears to be a room on the far side, Taco. Nan can't make out much from here, save what would be a wooden furniture, Taco. A bench, perhaps, Taco? Nan crouches down and crawls through the narrow tunnel, Taco. Henry follows close behind, keeping one hand on Nan's ankle to maintain physical contact, Taco. I'd still be like, Henry, get the fuck off me, Taco. Do not grab my fucking ankle, Taco. I'm sorry. I know you're all freaked out and you want to make sure you're still there, Taco, but I don't know. Something about a hand on my fucking ankle, Taco, just triggers me somehow, Taco. Like, oh god, I'm being dragged to the pits of hell, Taco. Don't touch my ankles, Taco. Nan has entered the chapel, Taco. Nan peeks through the tunnel behind her, Taco. Henry's still following, waiting for Nan to go through, Taco. Nan relays what she sees, which includes a podium, a single pew, cross, a stained glass window, Taco. Though there is clearly something wrong with the window, Taco. Henry confirms and suggests that it's almost to be expected by now, Taco. Nan enters the chapel to examine the book on the podium, Taco. Oh dear God, Taco! That's not good, Taco! Oh! Look who's back, Taco.
Listen to me, you little bitch, Taco. Obviously you didn't take the hint last time, so let me spell it out for you, Taco. You are ruining things here, Taco. The hotel can abide a guest or two, but if you attack it, as you have been doing, it will defend itself with violence, it will fight back, and it will win, Taco. And anyone can be caught in the crossfire, Taco. You can't fight this, Taco. You can't help anyone, Taco. If you insist on bringing light to the darkness, realize you won't always like what you find, Taco. Some things are better left in the dark, non-Taco. Some things should never be brought to light, Taco. If you continue to work against the hotel, it will retaliate in kind, Taco, and you will put us all in the line of fire, Taco. If I have to kill you to stop this war, I will, Taco. Don't think I will hesitate, Taco, for 1 second, Taco.
Got my job, Taco. Nan says she has not intentionally attacked the hotel in any way she was aware of, Taco, but she has fought and she will continue to fight for her survival, Taco. If this place is truly freedom, she says, Taco, she should have the freedom to not go quietly into the darkness, Taco. Santiago growls, then roars, Taco. He spins around, throwing Nan at the pulpit, Taco. Nan goes for a lead pipe, but he overpowers her, Taco, grabs her wrist, Taco. Santiago bares his teeth, Taco, scowls, Taco.
Disobedient child, Taco! Bad little girl, Taco! If you won't do as you're told, then you'll have to be punished, Taco!
Santiago bites Nan's arms, Nan tries... hold on. Santiago bites Nan's arm, Taco. Nan tries to headbutt Santiago, but he's too close for it to be very effective, Taco. Nan reacts quickly, slamming her knee into Santiago's groin, Taco. He barely reacts, Taco. Nan stomps her heel down hard on Santiago's foot, and he howls in pain, Taco. Rather than releasing her, his grip grows tighter, Taco. His ragged, unkempt fingernails dig into her skin, Taco. Nan claws back, kicking him in the knee, Taco. Santiago cries out, Taco. Santiago suddenly lets go of Nan, Taco. Henry says that if he ever touches her again, Taco, he'll break his neck, Taco. Henry throws Santiago and he collapses into the chapel's single pew, Taco. Nan and Henry keep their respective weapons at the ready, watching him, Taco. He breathes raggedly, deeply, Taco. Nan asks him questions, but he stares with glassy eyes, not responding to her queries, Taco. He says
Nan needs to leave it, Taco. Some things need to stay in the dark, Taco.
Henry asks Nan what they should do with him, Taco. He clearly can't be trusted, Taco. Nan's arm was bitten hard enough to draw blood, and she has some rough scratches, Taco. She's badly shaken, but mostly unhurt, Taco. Nan has no intention of making any kind of physical contact with him, but despite the fear and anger rushing through her, something in Santiago provokes a reaction, Taco. Nan says she forgives Santiago, Taco. He is hurt, confused, scared, just like anyone else here, Taco. And if there's a way to save him, she will see that he escapes this place too, Taco. But she cannot forget what he has done and warns that if he ever comes after her again, she will be ready, Taco. Santiago stares for the long moment, Taco. Santiago gets to his feet, and Henry moves between them to defend Nan, Taco. He says that what
Nan has started may be too late to stop, Taco. She will have enemies on all sides, Taco, but be careful shining your light around, Taco. Nan, Taco. You may not always like what you find, Taco. Santiago says he's leaving now, Taco. Staying any longer in one place is dangerous for him, Taco. He says if you want to stop him from leaving, you'll have to kill him, Taco.
Nan doesn't like the idea of being attacked again, but she won't kill him like this, Taco. Without any further comment, Santiago staggers to his feet and stumbles out of the chapel, Taco, crouching down and crawling through the tunnel in the wall, Taco. Bye-bye, Santiago, Taco. Oh, Taco time's over. Nan asks Henry if he saw that. Just Santiago leaving, he says. Hard to see in the dark, Taco. Fuck, Santiago. I love Santiago's scenes, but he's kind of hard to voice. My jaw is locking up from doing that. I need some bubble gum. I need some gum. Nan inspects the book on the podium. It's not a Bible, after all. Journal of Father Francis Velasco, the year of our Lord, 1828. Nan flips a few pages into the journal. Entry number 86, May the 5th. Supplies came in this morning. Summer is approaching and the grocers are sending in their fruits, oranges, and the like. Harvest seems to be going well. I have misplaced my Bible. Entry number 87, May the 7th. Repairs have begun on the front gate. The metal was becoming rusty. I recovered my Bible. I had left it in one of the pews when speaking to Mrs. Favila. I think that's how it's pronounced. Nan flips forward a few pages. May 11th, entry number 90? May the 11th, Sunday. Last night I dreamt of a young Spanish woman wearing spectacles pleading for forgiveness. In the dream, I could not forgive her. I could not even be moved to speak. Morning mass was briefly interrupted by a distant thunder coming from the sea. We may be in for an early summer storms this year. Entry number 91, May the 15th. Vermin are becoming more pervasive. They give me little rest. The nights have been growing colder. Summer is approaching, but I am chilled to the bone even in my bed. Nan skips further in. Entry number 104, May the 24th. Very cold now. Even the sun does little to dispel this chill. Thunder roars almost nightly. Very cold now. May the light of God warm us. More vermin. Entry number 105. May the 28th. So cold. Vermin everywhere. Infested. Can't get rid of them. I must remember the work of God. Cannot forget the mission. Nan skips many more pages. Entry number 114. June the 2nd. My skin is ice. Entry number 115. June the 3rd. A fireplace. That is the answer. I should build a fireplace. A wandering pilgrim has arrived today. He is perfect. He seeks my blessing. I think he will have it. Anne continues looking for answers. She skips dozens of pages and goes far into the journal. Sorry. Entry number 320. Vermin. Vermin everywhere. Why did they come here? Thunder roars, calling the pilgrim wants to go. Can't go. Not yet. Entry number 321. They don't see what I see. Maybe only I can see it. Maybe they will never see it. They will never understand what I am doing. They cannot see. This is for them. This is for their souls. So many souls. Who do they belong to? Into the fire, into the fire, into the fire, into the fire, into the fire! Nan continues flipping through the pages farther and farther in, trying to reach an end. Entry number 320, December 21st. Today everything changes. Thunder roars. We've been walking through everlasting night out of the darkness, Bubba. For the love of God, 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 for the love of God. Nan, I won't let you leave! Nan realizes they are not alone. End part 5. Nan stares upwards, standing in the cold, still air of the chapel. The journal is quickly forgotten as more immediate concerns arise. Nan realizes she and Henry are not alone. Nan swipes the book off the podium and quickly checks her inventory. Yoink! She's carrying a pen, magnifying glass, check from the Fun Family Arcade, strange totem, flashlight, lead pipe, key to the Anasazi Lounge, journal of Father Francis Velasco. Ah yeah, full inventory, baby. Nan waves nervously to the figure on the balcony. She stays close to Henry and offers a hesitant greeting, explaining she doesn't want to fight. The dark figure continues to watch from the shadows and does not respond. Well, that's a little creepy. Hello? Hello, you still gonna keep staring at us like a creep? Nan backs to the double doors which lead out into the darkness of the hotel courtyard. The figure does not move, and once Nan and Henry have both retreated to a safe distance, Nan hesitantly raises her flashlight to shine on the figure. Yeah, good idea, Nan. That always works. Everything goes blinding white. The glare fades. Warm sunlight filters in through the window above, and the sound of distant songbirds drifts through the air. Oh, how lovely. Henry is nowhere to be found. Nan's pockets are empty. A dark hooded figure sits in a pew, perhaps praying or lost in thought. Nan greets the figure in the pews cautiously. Bad tongue. Work right. A familiar face appears as the hood is pushed back. Hello, Nan. Nan does not have the journal nor any other items with her. Nan approaches Lorenzo. He says he didn't even notice her come in. He was focused on praying and thinking. What's the date? He's not sure anymore. He only meant to stay for a while, but it feels like the Padre, who is probably around here somewhere, has been stringing him along. He knows he shouldn't question the acts of God and his teacher, but he still has yet to get that blessing. In a way, it feels like he's trying to keep Lorenzo from leaving. He pauses, then looks at Nan with a curious expression. She's not one of the nuns here, is she? Nan says he's correct. She's not a nun. Lorenzo smiles. He thought not. The Padre said he needs the help of this humble pilgrim, and he is on a holy mission of discovery. But he can hardly turn down such a request. He's worried that about Father Velasco. His behavior has been worrying. But Lorenzo can't just abandon him. He's obligated to stay until the Padre releases him. Yes, Lorenzo says. He knows the Padre is deeply troubled. He has become increasingly reclusive in the short time the pilgrim has been here. He seems preoccupied, and his mind, perhaps even his soul, is not at ease. He's taken a dim view of his own congregation, most especially the savage native people that he came to convert in the first place. In confidence, he refers to them as vermin. Well, that's rather racist, Velasco. I think we need to cancel the Padre. But that is all the more reason that he, as a servant of God, should stay to ensure things do not stray further from his plan. Nan tries to convince the poor pilgrim that perhaps the local Padre has lost his way. Perhaps even a respected man of the cloth might stray from the path. Maybe he should leave while he can. That this is not his responsibility. But it is, Lorenzo says. He must do what is demanded of him by God and the church. He started building something, down in the big cellar under the church. A furnace, maybe. He spoke of it only in passing. But he's building something. He believes God has a plan, and so too must Father Velasco. God works in mysterious ways. He may not understand them, but he believes in them. The door to the courtyard breaks open with a rush of the storm. Cold air rushes in, chilling Nan to the bone. Darkness fills the chapel. Nan stumbles to her feet, stepping away from the dark figure in the doorway. She trips, falls, and lands at the pilgrim's feet. Nan, are you alright? The world comes back into focus. Okay, looks like the flashback is over. Henry helps Nan to her feet. She asks what happened. He says the figure vanished in the light. It was just gone all of a sudden. And then Nan was lying on the floor, mumbling to herself. She saw it, didn't she? She saw the before time? Henry says he saw it earlier, when they were separated. There was someone in the darkness. He shone a light on it, and it was gone, but he saw something, a vision, or maybe a memory. He didn't see much before he awoke. It was like they were trying to show him something. It was the light. Shine the light on a figure, see their past, apparently. Nan moves to the courtyard doors while Henry explains. He says it wasn't clear, the vision. All he remembers is a family, a wife, and a daughter. Vague. But it was in another time. He says the light reveals more in this place than one might expect. Nan peers in the courtyard. And the courtyard peers back. Nan slowly backs away from the door and tells Henry to go back to the hotel. What? Henry, go now! Thunder roars. Deciding that there's not enough time for her to go after Henry, Nan scrambles up the upended pew to the alcove above. It takes all her balance not to fall. Let's get the fuck out of here! The pew collapses behind Nan. Nan rushes through the curtain, yelling her status to Henry so he'll know she made it out. Nan emerges in a dark room. Nan waits for a moment, but it does not sound like she is being pursued any further. Nan opens the large cabinet on the wall, but it's empty. There aren't even any shelves inside. Nan glances at the book. It appears to be a Bible. Annotated. And he shall sprinkle of the blood, by the blood redeemed, of the sin, offering upon the side of the altar, and the rest of the blood shall be wrung out at the bottom of the altar. It is a sin offering into the fire! And he shall offer for the second a burnt offering, according to the manner... Yep. Someone went off the rocker, definitely. Approaching footsteps tell Nan it may have to wait. A shadow falls over the door. Oh, fuck. Nan hurriedly debates her options, but she finally leaves the candle burning, the items as they were, and ducks into the closet. Yeah, hide in the closet. That always fucking works. The doors don't seal flush, leaving Nan with a narrow crack to peer from. She waits as quietly as possible. She barely even breathes. Oh, fuck, it's the Padre. Nan quietly grips the lead pipe. Oh, he's taking off his hat.
Oh, it's a little mouse. Hi, little mouse. We're gonna get murdered, but it's nice to see you, cute little guy.
With the ominous figure already turning toward the cabinet, Nan makes a silent gesture to attempt to hush the rat. Shh, don't fucking get killed, dumbass! The rat makes no further squeaking, but drops to the ground and scurries away. Nan can't see, but it sounds like it headed out of the room through the door to opposite the balcony exit. Its departure does not seem to have gone unnoticed. Nan watches the figure disappear out of sight after the rat and listens to the sound of receding footsteps, growing fainter and fainter. Nan listens for a moment, waiting. From the closet she can see where the— Oh my fucking god! From the closet she can see where the dark figure once stood. Some writing has been etched into the wall. Whew, okay, that fucking spooked me a bit. Sorry. The Lord kills and makes alive. He bringeth down to hell, and he bringeth back... I think that's what it says. Move out of the way, Padre. Bringeth back again. Oh, okay. Nan kicks the door with all her might and storms out in a fearful, blind panic, lead pipe in hand. Let's go, baby! But the room is silent and is empty. Aww, no climactic fight with the Padre. Oh well. Nan checks the room thoroughly, but if anyone were here, they're gone now. The bed is old, and there's nothing under it, or under the pillow, which has no case. Nan checks the Bible, but it seems something has changed indeed. Oh. Nan cannot take the Bible or the candle. Her inventory is full, and she cannot carry anymore, even in her bulky overalls. Nan is so focused on managing the items on the desk, she barely even notices the figure behind the door until it has begun to open. Left with little time and distracted from immediate concerns, Nan steps back out of the candlelight and brandishes her lead pipe. Okay, looks like the Padre is coming back. Let's go, you motherfucker! Nan hits Pablo with the lead pipe! Oh, god fucking damn it! I didn't mean to frighten you, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. There's a rush. There's a storm. Things happen very quickly. Nan rushes at Pablo, fearful for his safety, but wary of his potential state of mind. She grabs him by the arm, and he holds the axe to draw him in and prevent an attack. He struggles. They clash. Nan, let go! They're coming! Don't you understand? I need this! Nan shouts, Pablo, behind you, Pablo! Pablo shoves Nan back with his foot, stumbling back. Nan suddenly turns on the flashlight, pointing at the dark figures behind Pablo. In an instant, they're gone. A familiar glare starts to fill the room, going white, but Pablo's eyes widen and he rears back. No, Nan! It's behind you! Once again, everything goes white. Don't you hear the bells? It's time. And part 6. It's you, isn't it? Come on, Nan. It's time. Don't you hear the bells? Nan asks what's going on. Lorenzo says it's time for Mass. He says that the Padre has called everyone together, the entire extended congregation and everyone from in town. He says that there is danger on the horizon and that this may be the most important sermon he has ever given. Nan asks what the sermon will be about. Lorenzo says he doesn't know, but he feels like this is it. What he's been waiting for all this time. Maybe that's why he came here in the first place. God works in mysterious ways. It's cold, he says. It's getting colder every day. Nan warns Lorenzo to be careful, that things may not be as they seem. He says he understands. Part of him wants to leave now, but he can't. Not yet. He remarks you're always showing up out of nowhere, always watching him. He says it's you, Nan. It always has been. Nan asks Lorenzo, what do you mean by that? He says you've been watching him, and every few weeks appearing to him. Somehow you're the answer to all this. He's come to look forward to these brief visits. You're here now. Something's going to happen today, isn't it? Nan nods. Visions of fire. Father Velasco. Suffering. She asks him not to go. This can't be God's way. Lorenzo stops, and the procession around them does too. He turns to Nan. He speaks softly. He says he has this strange feeling that this is the last time, like he'll never see you again. He places his hands around hers. Please, Nan. Please listen to me.
Don't be afraid.
That's fucking spooky as hell! Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Nan! Pablo is here. Nan is being carried along. Underfoot, black stone, ash and dust. Pablo says he doesn't know what happened back there. He thinks Nan saved his life. He apologizes for carrying her away in her state, but it's too dangerous in that room, and he couldn't just leave her. Nan asks where they are. Pablo says this is the second floor. Nan hasn't been on the second floor before, has she? It's dark here, rubble and ruin. Not much worth staying for, he says. Pablo says they need to get somewhere less open before they settle everything that's happened, and asks Nan where they should go now. He's not sure if the safe house is truly safe anymore. Where to? Nan considers heading to the Anasazi lounge. Pablo says he believes the lounge is somewhere here on the second floor. He recalls passing it at some point, but found it locked. Though she still has the key, Nan decides they should head to the safe house first. Even if it's not safe, it's the safest place they know, and the most likely place for the others to head to regroup, given how how scattered they are now. Pablo and Nan arrive at the second floor stairway. Pablo and Nan ascend to the third floor stairwell. Rana takes a fucking drink. Ooh. Rana accidentally bangs their mic. On the way back to the safe house in room 313. What happened back there, Nan asks. Pablo is quiet for a moment. He looks back at Nan with a forlorn expression. Anna's dead, isn't she? Why do you say that, Nan asks. Pablo throws himself against the wall, nearly choking. Then it's true. He blurts it all out on the verge of tears. They were in shifts that night, and Anderson and Kim first, then him and Anna. They were woken up on time. Anderson and Kim went to sleep. Everything was fine for a few hours. Then they heard voices in the corridor, whispering at first. It sounded like something calling. They went out to look, but they couldn't find anything. But they went as far as the elevator. Anna wanted to go on. She said that that's where the voices were coming from, but Pablo didn't. He wanted to head back. He turned around to lead her, but then he heard the chime. The doors closed. Anna was inside. The lights went out. Came back to the room, tried to get help, but everyone was gone. It was just you, Nan, and he couldn't wake you. It was like you were in some sort of coma. And also, Rena's got a cough really bad. I was fighting that. We good? Are we good? I think we're good. Then there was a scream. Good God, that scream! He ran out into the hotel to try and find someone, anyone. He tried to follow the elevator down via the stairs, but he got lost in the darkness, and now she's dead. That thing must have got her. He says he's sorry. Pablo says that this is his fault. It's his fault. Anna's dead. He did this. God forgive him. He's so sorry. What thing, Pablo? What that thing? That thing with the skeleton face? That horrible thing? It shouldn't be here. It doesn't deserve to live. It's his fault. Nan tries to console Pablo with physical contact, but as she reaches to touch him, he pulls away. No! You only get hurt, Nan. They're dead. They're dead because of him. He did this. Her life was in his hand, and he'll have to answer for this. He must answer for his sins. Pablo? I'm gonna need you to dial it down, because we've got to worry about that fucking thing right now. Nan slaps Pablo in the face, grabs his hand, and runs to flee down the hall. She yells back to him frantic. It wasn't your fault. We'll work it all out later, but right now we need to go. And we need you alive. If you die now, you'll only make it worse for everyone. Nan looks back. The enormous black shape is pursuing close, growing darkness with it. Get down! Get funky! Bang! Nan grabs Pablo and dies. Blackness swells up, cold breath behind them. Thunder roars. Nan scrambles to her feet with Pablo in tow, heading for the safe house. Kim holds the door for them. Behind them, the great black figure crashes heavily to the floor, collapsing in the shadows. Heavy, ragged breath fills the air, echoing and rattling through the hall. Anderson steps behind him with a purposeful stride, pistol held at arm's length. Going for the kill shot. Pablo reaches the door with Nan's assistance, and Kim helps drag him inside. Anderson cocks his gun. Nan takes a step, tells him not to kill the thing. He asks why. He says this is our best chance, maybe our only chance. Can't you see what this thing is? It's a monster. It's not like taking a prisoner for interrogation. Nan won't tell Anderson not to fire, but she wants a moment first at least. Anderson says this is not a human being. It is a creature. You can't talk to it. It doesn't speak. It doesn't think. He appreciates that she won't try to stop him. Kim would have. He'll let Nan shine her flashlight at it if she wants, but he's going to count to 10 and then put 2 bullets in its brain. If it so much as flinches under the light, he's going to put 2 bullets in its brain. I wonder how many bullets is he going to put in the brain. Can you count, kids? 1, 2. Okay. Nan said, as things are not always as they seem here. Anderson says things are exactly as they seem. Ain't you a little old to be afraid of shadows? You ought to know by now there's nothing there in the dark that wasn't there in the light. Anderson begins counting. 1. Nan sweeps a flashlight onto him. Nothing seems to happen. Well, Nan sweeps the flashlight beam over the dark shape, and once more the world goes white around her. Nan is awakened by the church bells, and Rana adjusts their glasses. Nan looks out the window. Beyond, there's a familiar terracotta courtyard. Nan climbs out the window and enters the terracotta courtyard. She approaches a young nun who is ringing the bell. The nun scoffs at Nan and shakes her head, asks what she's doing out now without being properly dressed. Ha! Shameful! Nan says she lost track of time and asks Mag why she's ringing the bells. The nun shakes her head and clicks her tongue disapprovingly. Sister Nancy, surely you're not trying to shirk your duties again. You're not out here looking for that young pilgrim, are you? You're shameless. She's seen the way you watch him. She ought to be careful, Mag says. She is sworn to chastity and devotion to the Lord. She shouldn't be looking after that young man like she was some schoolgirl, even if he is awfully cute. Of course, Nan knows Sister Maggie's name. They've only been sharing quarters together for a whole year. Nan shakes off the cobwebs a bit and dismisses her confusion. She tells Mag that she should know better than to suspect Nan of lusty interests. She just had matters to discuss with the pilgrim. Mag nods with a knowing smile and elbows Nan. Oh ho ho! Joking aside, Sister Maggie says, Nan should probably get properly dressed before morning mass. If the father were to see her walking around in pants! Nance! Oh! Nan asks where the Padre is, anyways, and Mag says she last saw him in the tower over the chapel. Finally, on a whim, Nan asks if the natives had a burial ground here before the mission was built. Mag recoils at first at what she describes as a horrible thought, but then stops to ponder. She tells Nan that there was no cemetery, but she does seem to recall that Father Bowerman, the priest before Velasco, who was present for the founding of the mission, had mentioned some kind of old foundation they had used to help construction. It was before Nan's time here, of course, but if she wants to know more, Father Velasco might have some documents on it in his study, if he'll permit it. Of course, Mag says, given how well you get on with the natives, maybe you could just ask one of them about the history of the area. According to Sister Maggie, Father Bowerman passed peacefully in his sleep one summer night. He was old and lived a happy and full life serving the church. As Nan prepares to leave for her room and habit, Sister Maggie stops her, her tone softened. Sister Nancy, before you go, please tell me, you know me well enough that though I would never give in to sin and vice, I deeply care for Father Velasco. I know he is in need of us and our support now more than ever, but my mother is taken ill and may pass. I should like to be there for her. Sister Nancy, she pleads for advice. What should I do? Nan advises Sister Maggie to be with her mother. She thanks Nan quietly and nods her head. She has her responsibilities to the church and God, but she must also honor her responsibilities to her mother. She will leave and return when she is able. Father Velasco will surely understand her situation, but he will no doubt eagerly await her return. Thank you, Nan. Your advice has been valuable to me. Thank you. In a rush of darkness, Nan can feel herself spirited away from the courtyard. Memories seem to emerge from shadow, only to dip again into the blackness. Nan finds herself in the second-floor hallway in the room of 211. There's muffled crying coming from inside. Nan looks through the keyhole. Oh, god damn! Nan kicks down the door to room 211. Nan's family turns to face her. Her children, little Holly and June, are crying. Her husband is brandishing an axe, and he's a dead motherfucker, I tell you what. Nan bursts into the room and confronts her husband. She calmly but firmly instructs her children to come to her and step away, but her husband stands between them and stops them. He says the girls shouldn't move a fucking inch, and he says he's not giving them up. He knows what's going on. He knows you're all against him, that you always have been, laughing behind his back, but he says Nan is a stupid bitch if she thinks she'll have the last laugh. Not this time! Nan says that it doesn't have to go down this way, that it could still be different. He laughs. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Well, this time it's not going your way. This time he's in charge. Nan says, fine, you caught her. She laughs. She laughs right at him. It's no wonder he's clutching at the kids instead of coming at her directly. This is about her. She's the one he wants, and he can't even face up to that. He doesn't seem to like that. Nan hurls the lamp at his face, taking the brief moment of distraction to ensure her children are safe. Booyah! You got lamped, motherfucker! Nan yells at her children to run. Don't stop running until you've left this space behind. As they run out of the room, Nan charges her husband. He's bleeding, full of rage. As Holly and June flee out the door, Nan lunges at her husband just in time to grab for the axe. They struggle. Nan fights dirty. She gets violent. She turns the pain of the abuse she suffered back on her tormentor. Her husband, unable to grab the axe back, is pushed back over the bed. His powerful hands find Nan's throat, and he begins to strangle her as she attacks him. Nan bludgeons her husband repeatedly with the axe handle. She breaks his nose. When that fails to loosen his choking grasp, she breaks his jaw. Finally, he goes limp under her. Some part of her wants to take his life, but it takes all her willpower to stop there. But she does. Still, he won't hurt anyone. Not ever again. There's another torrent of shadows around Nan. Bam! Oh! Oh, what's this? Sudden color! Anne finds herself in a stone chamber high above a cliff, which overlooks a gray and gloomy sea. She approaches the dark figure standing by the great fire. Child. Wait, no. Child. The hooded figure turns slightly, staring out to the horizon. Do you hear it? Thunder from across the sea. We have done well. The dawn is almost upon us. Nan gets closer and tells the cloaked figure she doesn't quite know what he's talking about. The man turns, a solemn expression on his scarred and unfamiliar face. Coming to this place, building our home of light here. Preparing for the dawn they don't understand, not the way I do. It had to be here. It's perfect. It's getting colder every day. No one else feels it, but even in the summer sun, my skin freezes. The fire crackles in the great stone basin. He stares into it, lost in thought. Are you afraid, child? Nan says she's unafraid. That is good. There are worse things than dying. But she is confused. She has foreseen terrible things. Wholesale slaughter. Surely that is not what he intends. It is what I intend with every fiber of my being. I can see that path as clear as day. If you do this, she tells him, your soul could be forfeit. And that is why I need your help, as an outsider who has come to live among us. Your role is the most important of all. When the time is at last right, just before the breaking of dawn, I can reveal the part you have yet to play. Nan shakes her head. Father Velasco, what's happened to you? A look of quiet concern crosses the man's face. Who do you think I am? Nan says she's confused and may have used the wrong name. My name is unimportant. It is my deeds that will be remembered. Nan isn't exactly a devout practitioner, but doesn't the Bible say thou shalt not kill? I'm afraid I don't know that story. All right, she says. Then who are you? I am not the first. I am not the last. I face the darkness. I walk in death. I welcome it, and in death I will find salvation. I am he who wears the crown. I am he who sparks the cleansing flame. I am the herald of the dawn. I am the light bringer. Nan asks who she is. She asks for her role. Your role is as important as mine. I wear the crown, but you will see it fall. You are the stranger, and though for now you must dwell among us, among we who bring the fire, we will let you go, but not before you light the final spark. Nan tenses, clenching her fist. She plants one foot. You are not Anasazi. Nan charges. She grapples with the hooded man, struggling to throw him over the edge, but he is strong and grabs her wrist. Oh, you are surely ready, but not yet, stranger. That part comes later. Take this, my gift to you. It will keep you safe until the time is right. He shoves something into Nan's hand and makes a fist around it. And when you kill me, be thorough. Huh! Okay then. Well, that just fucking happened, and my face broke again. And it's fixed. Oh hey, we got the cross pendant back. Nice. Nan puts on the necklace. Anderson says they need to get into the safe room immediately. Nan and Anderson re-enter the third floor safe room. This place just keeps feeling worse and worse every time we come back. Nan asks where Henry is. Kim says he was with you, wasn't he? Nan's door hardly closed before Anderson turns accusingly towards Pablo. He says he has a lot of explaining to do. He disappeared during his shift. He didn't wake up Henry and Nan, and his shift partner is dead. He's got a lot to account for. Nan speaks up. She says this place is clearly messing with everyone, but there are bigger things to worry about. We can't fight between ourselves when there are serious threats out there. Anderson scoffs. He says if we can't trust our own, we'll never last. And right now, there's one person in particular not being very trustworthy. He physically pins Pablo against the wall with one arm. You vanished during your shift. The only person you were with is dead. No one can account for you, and you said you just wandered off. Anderson draws his pistol. For all we know, you are the Pilgrim! Nan cries out. She tells Anderson that they all need to work together to survive. This place is trying to get us to turn on each other, but we're all we have. And besides, it isn't Pablo. She's seen the Pilgrim with in her visions. Shut up! You can't even see what's right in front of you! How can we listen to anything you say? It's him! Nan rushes in and struggles to restrain Anderson, or at least his firing hand, while still trying to shout him down. She insists Pablo isn't responsible for him. He's not the Pilgrim. She's seen the Pilgrim. Oh, you've seen him in your visions? I can't just take your word on some dream you had. Not when the lives are at stake. We have to settle this. No! She's right. I've seen it too. Anderson lowers his gun slowly, turning to Kim as she speaks. Nan steps between him and draws a wooden totem, preparing to take violent action if necessary. Kim says she's seen it. The visions, flashes of other people, other places, not dreams, more like memories. Seeing herself in someone else's shoes, the thing that lurks in the hall, they're the source. Light, she thinks, that's what triggers it. Going from darkness to light brings out the flashes, the visions. She's seen it a number of times now. Not the pilgrims specifically, but so many people, so many souls. At first she thought they were trying to tell her something, maybe a warning, or a threat. A threat even. Instructions of some kind, but there's no rhyme or reason of them that she can see, no message. A nun tending a garden in a small courtyard, a young woman crying as she writes a letter to her mother in the back of a chapel, 3 children playing in the halls, a woman making love to her husband, a fist fight in a bar. She says she thinks these are these sights they're showing her, they're not for her sake. They're for theirs. Images, memories, sorrow, delight, days and nights remembered, like photos in a frame, things that go to make up a life. These things are reliving their own lives through this place, through us. Anderson's immediate rage seems to have passed. Nan approaches him and with her encouragement, he holsters his pistol. Well, he asks, how does that help us? Kim says she doesn't know. Maybe it doesn't, but it's not about us. It's about them. Nan asks about Father Velasco, why he would choose to relive the final tormented moments of his own life. Kim ponders for a moment, then explains that she's never actually seen one of these memories from the Padre's perspective. In fact, she's seen him before in the memories of others, but only in shadow or out of the corner of her eye, so she's not sure he is reliving those moments. In fact, she continues, I don't think Father Velasco is evil at all. Well, excuse me! He came at us with a fucking crowbar! Or, I guess a fire poker. Yeah, a fire poker! Yeah, not evil. If he's not evil, he's at least a dick. Anderson glares back incredulously and asks Kim if she's suddenly turned crazy. Nan asks if she's really talking about the same person, namely the one that seems to have murdered his own congregation. That ain't very say-so. Kim says it seems that way, yes. Evidence is certainly putting that as a possibility, but the Padre was a man of faith and we don't know the whole story. Kim says that to her, looks like he's in pain. He could be as much as a victim as the rest of us, and whatever he did, well, maybe he had a good reason. I mean, those people did look so burnable. And he did say he was really cold. You know, gotta warm up somehow. Whatever the case, Kim says her abuela used to tell her that behind every face there is a story. It's too early to judge. I don't know. I feel like I can judge pretty hard. Got in time for a little bit. Hey, Shade! Welcome in. He's tried to kill us. But he hasn't. If he really is in charge here, he could have taken any of us out by now. But you said yourself you never seen him kill someone. The Pilgrim maybe, but not the Padre. It weren't for lack of trying. While Anderson discusses the nature of Father Velasco with Kim, Pablo breathes a sigh of relief. Nan takes a moment to check her inventory. She is carrying pen, magnifying glass, check from Fun Family Arcade, strange totem, flashlight, lead pipe, key to Anasazi Lounge, journal of Father Francis Velasco. Yay! Nan produces the journal of Father Francis Velasco and suggests the others read it with her. Oh boy! Nan opens the journal and, oh God, with glorious wings I am reborn. Well, that doesn't fucking help at all. Those are the only pages. Ha! Everyone confirms that they see what Nan sees. A burnt-out book with ripped pages in a single entry. Finding the journal a dead end, Nan decides to show Pablo the totem she found with his name on it. Pablo leaps backward as if electrocuted. Nan nearly loses hold of the totem. I can't talk. Nan nearly loses hold of the totem as Pablo goes tumbling over backwards to the floor. You can't have that! Nan asks if he meant she can't or shouldn't have this. Pablo stands uneasily and says he's not talking about permission. He means it isn't possible for that to be here. Last time he saw it was years ago. It was given to the woman he was in love with. Nan suggests it's possible she gave it to someone who ended up here? No, I buried it with her. Huh. and decides to leave the subject for now, rather than probe for personal details, especially given their current situation. She offers a few words of quiet sympathy instead. Pablo snaps back to reality when Anderson puts his hand on his shoulder and offers his condolences. He says he knows the feeling. Anderson apologizes for his earlier hostility. However, he adds, Pablo had better not make him regret this. Anderson says he's had enough of sitting around. He and Kim head for the door. It would be best if they all investigated the Anasazi lounge together. However, Pablo may need another minute to get himself together, and Anderson and Kim intended to swing by to get more supplies, which they can do now if Nan and Pablo need a minute or haven't finished business with this room. He asks if Nan intends to come right now or if she needs a minute and will meet them at the lounge instead. Nan tells Pablo they should stick together, but he seems as dead set on staying for a while as Anderson does about leaving immediately. Anderson says he's not sticking around in this damn room one more minute waiting, and Pablo explains in a very upset tone that he's freaking out a little bit and needs a few minutes to deal with the gravity of the situation. Nan reluctantly agrees to stay with Pablo, but only for a minute, and suggests as soon as they're able to get moving, he can grieve while he walks. Anderson steps out with Kim. Once the door is shut, Pablo's composure returns instantly. He thanks Nan for not prying about the story with the others around. He says the last thing he needs is another reason for Anderson to hate him. He says he wanted Nan to stay behind so they could talk, but he didn't want to outright say it so Anderson might get suspicious. Pablo says that if Nan wants to know the story, he'll tell her. He certainly owes her that kind of trust. But he had something else he wanted to say in private, something he overheard from Kim. Anderson's son, the one he came to the hotel looking for, his name's Alan. He's not saying it. He's not saying it's the same Alan he met before Nan even arrived, the same Alan who named the Pilgrim and the Padre and warned them about the beast, who got butchered alive by the Pilgrim. But if it's not, that would be sure of a hell of a coincidence. Why didn't Anderson ever mention it? He only told Kim. Clearly he trusts her a lot. Unlikely as it seems, Pablo assumed it was a coincidence at first. After all, Anderson said he'd run into Alan before he died. Surely he would have recognized him. He wouldn't still be looking for his son if he'd already found him. Pablo hefts the totemic sculpture, looking back to Nan. Anyway, I don't know what to make all of it. Whether Anderson's son really was Alan, why he didn't mention it, even if they would have recognized each other, I hope for his sake it was just a coincidence. He says he came here to just find his son. If it's too late, he'd be devastated. Nan pauses, not quite knowing what to say. Too many thoughts and possibilities are stirring in her own head. As for myself, it's not easy, but if you really want to know the whole dark story behind me and this damn thing, I'll tell you. You've heard that much at least. After how you've trusted me, might as well make it mutual. Story time! Everyone sit down! Nan decides she wants to hear Pablo's story. He takes a moment to gather himself, then begins. It was some years ago now. I was living as an artist. Oh dear God! Dun 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 dun! Yeah, get the popcorn out. I found another like me, and we moved in together. Things were tough. We had to scrape to get by and tried to work through the stress. She took it especially hard. Lots of medications we couldn't afford, but we had each other. But sometimes our anger and our frustration was too much to bear, and we took it out on each other. One day, we had a very bad fight. Nan asks if the fight turned violent. No. There was a door. I remember walking out through it. I stormed out. I left them all alone in that state. I left them alone. I knew what they were capable of, but I left them alone anyway. I was so angry. I went to the studio. I sat down with a block of wood and I just let everything out. All my hatred, all my frustration, all my fear, it poured out of me. And when I was done, this thing looked back at me. By the time I came home, they were gone already. He was dead. Blood on the canvas, materials all over the ground. She must have been seizing or thrashing because in the throes of death, she had become tangled in yarn and thread, snagged and coiled all around her. She was buried a few days later. Last thing I remember I remember staring at it for a long time. When I'd finished it, all my hate was gone, but I'd lost some part of myself. I left this in her coffin, a little piece of me. I never stopped thinking about her. If I had known, he looks down on the totem. I miss her so much, I'd do anything to have her back. Nan tells Pablo that what happened was a tragedy, but his guilt is making him vulnerable in this place that tries to eat you from the inside out. Whatever he did before, it doesn't matter anymore. All that counts now is who you are. Pablo stares for a long moment. You might be right, and I can't tell if that's relieving or terrifying. You know what the worst part is? I can't even remember her name. Nan consoles Pablo with a comforting hand on his shoulder. She says they should be getting out of the room to join the others soon, and not to worry about so much of what he remembers, especially in this place. At least Nan can still remember before she came to the hotel she did something. Everything's really hazy. Why can't she had a job? Something. That's right, Nan was an electrician. She even has something to prove it. Nan is carrying a pen, magnifying glass, key to the Anasazi Lounge, father of Velasco's journal, flashlight, lead pipe, and there it is, the check from the Fun Family Arcade. Funny, she's never opened it. Nan opens the envelope. You are not Anasazi. You must kill me. Nan flips the paper. There's something written on the other side. Not very fucking helpful. Nan crumples the paper up and discards it. Pablo saw the message, but he doesn't seem to have any insight. Nan announces she is ready to go join the others at the Anasazi Lounge. Pablo says there's one more thing before they leave. One more reason he wanted her to stay behind. He says Nan must have noticed the charred mark spreading from the bed. It wasn't like that before. He says he wants to investigate it, and he wants to know if Nan is with him. Nan hesitantly agrees to help check under the mattress, but he tries to keep her distance and is wary in case of danger. Together, Nan and Pablo flip up the mattress and rest it against the wall. Oh, it's another of those creepy silhouettes. Nan kneels beside the marking. It looks like it was painted on, or maybe scorched in. She reaches out. It's warm to the touch. Pablo watches. Nan, be careful. Nan reaches out with a pen and tries to scrape some of the burnt, flaky residue away. Nan, wait! Be careful! Nan is somewhere. This time feels different, like in the elevator with Anna. A small, half-finished room, no bigger than a shack, thick with a scent of dust and mold. Hot, late afternoon sun streams stiffingly through the boarded and broken windows. A young man sits nearby, laboring over a piece of paper. Nan places the pen on the desk. The young man snatches it without even looking, begins to write fervently. As he writes, he mutters the letter's content to himself. How convenient! Let me get a little sip. All right. Okay. Letter reading time. We can do this. Dear Pa, one way or another, this is the last time I will write to you. You shouldn't have come looking for me. From somewhere beyond the encroaching room, a voice calls out, Hey, boss, we gotta get moving. The young man responds, still working, Give me a minute, I'm writing something here. The man continues, finishing his letter, mumbling intermittently. Only writing this now. I see what I have to do. I'm done running. I'm gonna see Ma again soon. Goodbye, your son. The other voice approaches and another man enters the room. I don't know if there's a time for... Hey, where'd you get that fancy pen? I like that pen. Can I have that after you're done with it? The young man speaks quietly but with force. Get everyone and get out of here. What? Can I keep the pen? No pen. It's my pen. It's my magical pen. Get everyone out. Boss, what about you? I ain't coming. Get to Mexico like we're planned. Boss, I ain't telling you twice. You get everyone and you go. Don't wait up for me. What about the boy? You let him go. He ain't a part of this. We don't need him anymore. Boss, we ain't living without you. You do what I say, goddammit. Now you ain't got time to argue. Get going now. The other man waits a second longer, then leaves him in a hurry. The air is still again, save for the faint sound of hoofbeats outside. The young man finally signs a letter, speaking in a whisper. Alan. Nan moves to the window, trying to get a good look out into the bright sunlight. Nan peers outside. A loud noise comes from behind Nan. Alan has armed himself and stands at the doorway. All right, lawman, come and get me! He kicks out the door, and the scene vanishes. Nan is back into room 313. Well, that was fucking weird. Nan begins to describe the event she just witnessed when Pablo stops her. You saw it too? Nan asks Pablo what he saw and checks her inventory. The pen is gone. Pablo says that it was hard to tell what was going on. There's some sort of haze around everything. Shadows, darkness, maybe smoke. He was trying to get his bearing when he heard riders approaching from outside. Then there was noise. Confusion. It's like a dream, fading fast already. He looks gravely to the bed in the scorched circle, and that was Alan, definitely. Then he died here, right here in the safe room. Nan and Pablo make one final quick sweep of the room, but there's nothing worth salvaging. The water is filled with ash, the food is rotten, the drawers are empty, the mirror is broken beyond repair, the room seems otherwise empty. The room is very sorry, though. It's still very sorry. Pablo agrees with Nan. It's well past time to get going. Nan and Pablo exit into the third floor hallway. Kim says, "Hey, so you decided to tag along after all?" Pablo and Nan decide not to say anything about Alan for the moment, not wanting to risk riling up Anderson right now. Nan asks how long they've been waiting. Kim gives Nan an odd look and says she literally just closed the door. Time is fucking confusing here. The group agrees it's finally time to head to the Anasazi Lounge. Back to the first floor, Anderson says. Wait, Kim says he must mean the second floor. Which floor was the lounge on again? Well, I bet, the easiest way would be to check the fucking key. So, well, Pablo says it was on the second floor, so that's where it is. No, Pablo says no, he didn't. He said it's on the third floor, where they already are. Okay, this is getting confusing. Anderson says, for God's sake, just check the key. They usually put the room numbers right on them. And checks the key. Oh. Wow, we were all way off. After confirming the writing on the key, Nan and the others walk down the hall and arrive at the main stairs. Something is certainly different. Nan climbs the charred stairs. Nan has entered the fourth floor. Nan keeps her flashlight off as a sudden light seems to trigger her visions, and right now, Nan figures she and the others need to stay firmly in the presence. The group approaches the great tower in the darkness, its door set with a single prominent keyhole. Nan unlocks the sizable door, and slowly it slides away into the stone wall of the tower. In a small antechamber beyond, the dark staircase spirals upwards. Nan clicks on the flashlight. The light is almost blinding. Nan shuts off the flashlight and carefully ascends the spiral staircase. The others follow closely behind. Nan has entered the Anasazi Lounge. The group begins to explore the new room, investigating the furniture and the books. Nan approaches the bookshelf near to the large stone basin where the great fire burns. The furniture itself is strange. It begins like any other bookshelf, but the far edge is rough-hewn and primitive. One side feels like wood, the other is rough stone, and it seems much of the other furniture is similarly deformed. Nan retrieves the book on the first floor. It appears to be a nature book about moths. Nothing about it stands out. Still, moth book. Score. Nan picks up the pile of papers beneath a note with her name on it and moves it closer to the file to be able to read the small print. Meanwhile, the others continue to explore the room. Pablo notes that the walls of the lounge feel like wood. Nearer the door, but halfway into the room, the texture becomes more like smooth stone. Kim notes that this is very unsettling. Anderson remarks that it's very fortunate they have a lady who can fiddle with electricity to keep them safe. Hey, don't scoff, Kim chides. She asks if Anderson's ever seen an electrical fire. There was this one nightclub near where she used to live. It burnt down when she was a kid from bad wiring or something. A bunch of people died. Rumor around the school is one of the bodies was melted to the fire extinguisher. Pablo recommends they drop the grisly subject. At least they can leave this room. Material morph. Nan mentions the story sounds familiar. She thinks she's been there before. Pablo asks, out there? Really there? Or from in here? Somehow Nan isn't sure anymore. Kim approaches the fire as well, looking over the books and papers. She says some of these books are hundreds of years old. There's even a newspaper from 1910. Whoa! 1910! Cool! Kim flips through her newspaper, but it's mostly destroyed by time. Nan examines the note left with the stack of papers. Nan, for you. I hope these pieces help to bring search to light. Maybe there's something to it after all. A cold wind blows from the hole in the stone wall. Far below, dark water stretched out towards the horizon, shimmering faintly, and begins to read. Fatal fall in elevator. 3 dead in tragic accidents. There's a small crusty news clipping at the top of the pile. And Nan attempts to scrape away the crusted strain, but there's only so much she can do. Yesterday, thoroughly, 2 p.m., the owner of a hotel, family of 3... Oh God. Nan shares her finding and leaves to the next piece. A large monogrammed envelope. Nan can't see through the envelope, however, it isn't sealed and appears to have been previously opened. Nan suspects that this is the letter she witnessed Alan writing only minutes before. Nan cautiously checks Anderson, but he seems preoccupied with a nearby bookcase. Nan unfolds the dusty letter and begins to read. Dear Pa, one way or another, this is the last time I'll write to you. You shouldn't have come looking for me. You wear that badge, maybe some folks think you're good for it, and I'm bad, but you and me know better. You got to live with what you've done forever. Someday, you gotta open your eyes and see the blood is on your hands. You're a bastard and a coward and always will be alone. I hope your gun keeps you warm at night. The night you love it so damn much. Only writing this now, I see what I have to do. I am done running. Where you're going, you'll never be able to be with her again. When you get there, I hope that darkness inside of you eats you alive. I'm gonna see Mama guess Sue. Goodbye, your son in blood, but not in spirit, Alan. Nan involves a dust. Okay. Spooky. Nan presently decides against showing the letter to Anderson. She briefly considers burning the letter, but for the moment pockets it instead. The fire. Mission church burns with entire congregation attending. Detailed account of its origin and damages, the destructive consequences of conflagration on the southern mission. Estimates of the loss of life and property. The list of the missing and dead. Hundreds presumed dead after Sunday morning fire. This clipping is very old and half burnt. 466 perished in fire. Where have we seen that number before? With great hesitation, Nan slowly unfolds the old burnt newspaper page beneath the clipping. It's dated December 1828. Distantly from somewhere beyond the sea, thunder roars. End part 7. Nan folds the newspaper back up. It's heavily burnt and otherwise illegible. Sensing sudden danger, Nan darts over to the group to check behind her, but there's nothing where she was standing, just the fire. Okay. Nan reads the final note at the very bottom. It's made out in the same handwriting as first. Find what you seek in the furnace. Remember the pilgrim. Oh God! It's over, Nan. You won't escape this time. Now die and release me. In the darkness, a gunshot rings out. Rock shatters somewhere in the room as the errant shot ricochets. There's much screaming and commotion. Nan calls out Lorenzo's name, but the blade comes down. Nan draws up her flashlight. The motion inadvertently blocks the plunging knife, but her hand is badly gouged, and the flashlight is knocked away somewhere into the dark room. Nan reels back and headbutts the horrific figure before her, but the skeleton's hard, sharp skull resists the blow. Nan only manages to daze herself. Nan is overwhelmed and now half dazed. She struggles to focus. The monstrous figure rears back for another strike, and Nan kicks with both legs. It doesn't seem to do any damage, but it knocks the figure off balance for just a moment, giving her a chance to escape. Nan staggers to her feet in a hurry. Pablo has grabbed the horrible figure from behind and struggles to keep it restrained, but it does not seem this effort will hold long. Anderson appears to be badly wounded, and Nan can see him clutching at its chest and arm. The figure thrashes and waves his knife. Nan calls out Lorenzo. She demands she is not Anasazi. No more words. I have waited too long. Now you die! In a hurried panic, Nan scans the room. She can't find the flashlight in the darkness. It could have been knocked anywhere. Her hand is wet with blood. There's a noise from behind. Kim screaming from the doorway in the fray. It's hard to make out, but it sounds like she's yelling, "Hurry!" The figure thrashes angrily, reaching for Nan. Pablo won't be able to hold him for much longer. There's no time to find the flashlight. Nan has only moments to make her choice. Nan is split between the fighting and fleeing, but decides the safer option is to run in an attempt to keep the figure's attention away from the others. Nan shouts a parting taunt. You smell! And bolts for the door. Nan runs to the open doorway. Yeah! Oh. Oh shit! Door fucking closed. Looks like we're stuck out here. Nan has entered the second floor hallway. The door is shut behind her with great force. It appears jammed and will not open. Unable to reopen the door she came through, Nan peers into the next room. It appears empty. Everything is charred black. Nan hears faint noises in one of the rooms, just a few doors down the blackened hall. Nan equips the lead pipe in her good hand and listens at the doorway. Someone or something is moving around inside. She can hear quick breathing. Nan bursts in with her weapon at the ready. Henry screams like a child. Henry falls backwards and sits there for a moment, trying to catch his breath. He gives an uncomfortable relief laugh. He takes a few quick breaths and only manages a few words at a time. Oh, thank God! It's you! You almost gave me a heart attack! Nan asks where he's been. He says he's been by himself ever since they got split up at the chapel. He was hiding in one of the rooms for as long as he could, but then he got hungry and had to go look for some food. And a second ago, he heard a door slam, so he ducked into this room. I should have come looking for you, but after that thing chased me, I lost my nerve. He glances down at himself briefly. Hi. I guess I don't look very brave now. Nan holds out her injured hand. Oh my God, you're bleeding! What happened? Are you okay? Nan says there's precious little time to explain, but she was attacked. Nan asks Henry if he has any bandages. Oh yeah! Yeah, actually, that's perfect. I have, after I got away from that thing, I ripped up my shirt for bandages so I could patch up my arm, but, turns out that it makes a lot of bandages. Way more than I needed. Actually, my arm wasn't even really that hurt, so, smiles somewhat sheepishly, so, yeah, lots of bandages. But I left them in the room. I didn't think to take them with me. Nan is carrying lead pipe, magnifying glass, journal of Father Francis Velasco. Henry's arm does appear bruised, most likely from when Santiago tried to block him from getting into the chapelette. But as he said, it doesn't look serious. Nothing obviously broken. Henry gets to his feet and Nan keeps her pipe equipped, telling him to move ahead of her and lead to the room. It's on the first floor. You seem pretty uneasy. I mean, obviously anyone would be in a place like this, but I mean specifically. Is this about whatever hurt your hand? Is there something I should be worried about? Nan says she was attacked by the pilgrim, but she managed to escape. She decides not to say anything about the fate of the others for now. Henry shakes his head and shivers visibly. That thing with the skeleton face, right? Is it still after you? Should we be worried? He proceeds down the stairs, taking point without needing to be asked. Nan and Henry return to the first floor landing. Henry stops, noticing the chains on the janitor's closet. He says this is new, but he might be able to get them open with some time. Nan remarks that the danger has never passed in a place like this, especially where the pilgrim is concerned. They should stay cautious. I'm not too worried about you, though. If anyone's gonna make it through this, it's you. You're a survivor. Henry nods gravely, but forces a smile. Besides, worst case scenario, if he comes for you, you can just go out the window again. Henry? How do you know that? What? Nan never told you that she escaped out the window. You weren't there. Oops. Nan attempts the diplomatic approach. She swings the lead pipe and Henry reflexively blocks it. He yelps in pain as the pipe connects with his forearm. Henry grabs the lead pipe. I guess we should have done this sooner. Henry wrenches the weapon away from the injured Nan. Nan smashes Henry in the face with a nearby flower pot. Nan bolts for the front door. Nan bursts through the doors. Nan has entered the terracotta courtyard. It's so strange. The night is clear and the moon is out. But what happened to all the stars? Oh, wow, 2 moons. Ain't that... Oh, my fucking God. Not the beast. Something else. Nan freaks out at the gravity of the situation. In a panic, she bolts back inside. Henry stands in Nan's way, attempting to block her. Nan tackles Henry. Get the fuck out of my way, Henry. Nan uses the opportunity to pin Henry. She roughs him up a little and demands answers. All right, I'll tell you everything. Henry hits Nan with the taser. Well, that's not telling us everything. While Nan is incapacitated, Henry rolls out from underneath her and kicks her sharply in the side. Everything goes dark. Nan doesn't lose consciousness. She can feel her hands being bound behind her as her motor functions return. She feels herself being led along a short distance, stumbling, and then Henry removes the burlap sap from Nan's head. The room is soaked in blood, and Nan is bound with a bundle of rope behind her back. The rope appears to be anchored to 2 fixtures in the ceiling. Henry is naked. Nan kicks at Henry, but she can't reach him. You think I haven't seen that one before? Nan demands answers. You sure love to talk, don't you? No matter how much I try to tell you to shut up. Fine, but it won't help you anyway. I told you once before about a memory I had. Really? It's all I have left. I don't know how long I've been here. Months. It feels like forever. I was here before any of you. The memory is all I have left. A wife. A daughter. I was here for only a week when I saw the first one die. Tempers were running high, people were hungry, scared. A fight broke out near the stairs, and then one of them went down. Just an accident. But he was dead by the time he reached the bottom. The lights flickered, hummed. The next day we found food. That's how I knew what it wanted. Nan struggles while Henry is in the bathroom, but her bonds are tight. Henry returns, carrying something. It's no use to resist. You know how powerful this place is. You can't fight it. I'm not a monster. I didn't enjoy doing what I've done, but this place demanded blood. I just wanted my family back, to know they're all right, to see my daughter again, to hold my wife. I'd kill for that! Nan demands answers. She asks the others. Yes, I killed Anna. She was in the way. The more blood for the sacrifices. Besides, you heard her. She wanted to die. I'm sure she welcomed the release. As for the others, don't worry. I left them in the lounge. But that damn fool Anderson managed to catch a ricochet, I think. And suddenly it dawns at Nan, back at the lounge. Kim wasn't saying hurry. She was saying Henry. Nan tells Henry he's making a big mistake. This isn't the way to freedom. He has to fight. I know better than you. I know you can't fight this place, and I know what it wants. At first I thought it was simple. I thought if I was the last one alive, I'd get to go free like it was a test. But then when I was the last one, and more kept coming. Nan asks about the incident with the rebar saw. Oh yes, quite fortunate that. Got stuck in the skull, didn't so much as graze me. Isn't that funny? Most people don't really fight back, and that's why the whole get-up sure seemed to scare you. Nan struggles further, but the bonds are fastened tight behind her for any kind of acrobatics Nan's capable of. As for the broken mirror, it's in the bathroom, well out of reach. Nan has to keep him talking. She tells Henry he's wrong. She starts talking about the Lightbringer, how Lorenzo was. Henry loses his composure. Oh, don't fucking give me that! You've been talking to that lunatic Santiago is at it. You think he knows what he's talking about? Ancient Indians and lighthouses and sea monsters and whatever else? That bullshit! He doesn't fucking know anything! I've been longer than he has! I found that Padre's Bible. Did you know that? All that writing about sacrifice, that's when I really figured out exactly what it wanted. When I killed that kid, Alan, something happened. He was bleeding, screaming. He cried, did you know? He was supposed to be some outlaw when he died. He was sobbing like a child. And he said something. He said that his dad was a lawman, that he was looking for him. He said he'd find me. I didn't think anything of it. But then a few days later, who should show up in the hotel but the old man himself? That was the final piece of the puzzle. See, that's why I couldn't leave. Even for all the blood I spilled. Everyone who came here was tainted in the blood sacrifice. It needed to be pure. Why are you here, Nan, in this hotel? Why do you think I brought you here in the first place? Nan struggles further, attempting to buy more time. She raises her voice, hoping someone will hear her. She asks how Henry managed outside communication. Alan cries out in his dying breath for his father, and the marshal shows up in days. I've tried so many times to write letters to escape, to reach my family, but I write one letter asking for a handyman, and here you are. The place doesn't want anyone getting out, but it's more than willing to let more people in. You're nothing, Nan. You're not special. This place didn't choose you. I did. You're nobody. That's why you're special. And when I sacrifice you to the Padre, I'll be free. You're going to die. And you're going to release me. Nan tries to bring up the Padre, the mission, the beast, but Henry puts his hand tightly against her face. I've indulged you long enough. Now no more questions, no more talk. You have to die. You have to release me. Nan bites and kicks Henry when Henry gets in close, and he reels back in pain, cursing. Nan kicks the knife away, and Henry scrambles over to pick it up. That seems to have made him mad. Listen! Let's get one thing straight right now. You can't beat me. I'm stronger than you. I've been doing this for months. I can handle myself in the fight. You can't. Only one person is making it out of this hotel, and it might as well be me. Oh, someone's at the door.
Henry, Henry, open this door!
Henry freezes for a moment. Nan screams. Henry frantically rushes up to Nan, clamping the thick fabric over her mouth to avoid another bite, but Nan's already made herself known. This is not a good time, Henry responds. I'm busy right now. Come back later.
Open this door! Damn you! I know she's in there!
Nan attempts to stomp Henry's foot, but it seems he's learned his lesson and easily moves out of the way. He shoots Nan an angry glare. All right, 1 second. Henry opens the door, and Rana takes this moment to cough. Okay. Ooh, little sippy sip. These voices are gonna be the end of me. Sloshy.
I know you weren't planning on killing her without letting me see her first.
Santiago enters the room. Nan tells him that yes, Henry was about to stab her. Isn't that a dick move to do?
Now that's not very considerate. We had a deal.
Santiago shakes his head. Henry still has his knife. Don't you talk deals to me. You're lucky I even let you live this long. I could have killed you at any time.
Could have, but you didn't. You still need me. You couldn't get around the hotel without me.
I survived weeks on my own. I'd be fine.
Maybe once upon a time, but not anymore. It's getting more dangerous, and we know who's been stirring things up. Now I've done what you've asked. I helped you get where you need to be. Now you need to give me some time with her before you do her in. Surely I deserve that much.
I have what I want. I don't need you anymore.
If that was true, you would have killed me when I stepped in the room.
Nan informs Santiago that Henry thinks killing her will end all this and set him free.
Well, Santiago grins. I guess we'll see who's right pretty soon, won't we?
I'm gagging her. I can't stand listening to her talk anymore. Henry glares at Santiago. I'll give you a few minutes with her, but not alone. And control yourself. I need her in one piece for the sacrifice. Henry gags Nan tightly with a piece of cloth. Santiago approaches.
I warned you, didn't I? I said what would happen if you kept nosing around. I guess you can't trust anyone these days. Hello, Nan. Things are rather different than the last time the three of us met. I do hope you got my notes.
Nan nods to the piles of clippings in the lounge from Santiago.
You know what your problem is, Nan? You can't see the forest for the trees. You're so hung up on specifics and numbers and memories. You know who's hung up on memories? This asshole.
Santiago gestures to Henry, who rolls his eyes, standing in the far wall, waiting impatiently.
You can't rely on that here. You should know that by now. You've seen what this place does. It tears you away, eats up everything you are. You're twisting yourself over dates and specifics, but you're missing the bigger picture. There are bigger things at work here than me and you and him. And another thing, you're too damn nice! Can't you see where you are? This isn't the Girl Scouts! You're so trusting of everyone you let the devil you know murder your friend! Too busy picking over Too busy picking over a piece of dust to see the devil walking among you! This world is born of blood! At least this place certainly is!
Santiago paces around as he rants, circling behind Nan.
And now look at where you are. For as nice as you tried to be, look how you've ended up, stupid child!
Nan opens her hand and Santiago deftly slips something into it.
Now you see what comes of giving some people a second chance.
Maybe she's learned her lesson.
I suppose time will tell.
Nan begins cutting through the ropes quickly and subtly as she can. She wisely takes care to avoid the tethered knot so it doesn't go slack against the support in the ceiling. Santiago moves away, intentionally pulling Nan's gag off. Henry seems displeased with this. Santiago moves to the door. Where are you going?
What's it matter to you? You're getting out of here soon, aren't you?
Now I'm thinking that this might be done better at the altar.
Then take her there yourself.
I don't have the amulet you found anymore. It's not
my fault you lost it.
Don't test me, Santiago. I could kill you with my bare hands.
I don't doubt it. You're certainly the killing type.
You'll take us if I say you'll take us. Good God, indeed.
You sure you want to go there? The altar? I've never even been inside, just seen it.
Of course you've never been inside. I'm the one with the key. Now if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it right. It's time to give the Padre what he wants. Nan severs her final bonds. The knots of the ropes tethered to the ceiling snap through. She lunges in blind panic, fueled by adrenaline, and stabs Henry in the side. Shank! Nan manages a second stab. Henry spins around, screaming in fury and pain. Nan's knife slashes twice across his face, blinding him in one eye. Henry does not seem slow. He wields his twisted knife. Nan isn't ready to run. Just as Henry bears down on Nan with the knife, Santiago leaps on his back.
No! Finish it!
Nan rushes in and stabs Henry in the throat. Metal gouges through flesh again, and Henry thrashes like an animal. Henry goes limp. Santiago releases him. He collapses to the ground. Henry coughs raggedly, wheezing thick, wet noises from his throat. His expression is twisted in anger, pain, and confusion. There are no last words. Henry dies. Santiago was stabbed. More than once, it seems. He clutches at his arm. Nan cuts cloth from Henry's black robe and hands it to Santiago for use as a tourniquet. Thanks. I think I was wrong about you. Maybe about a lot of things. Santiago watches as she searches Henry's body. Gave me a lot to think about since last time. You are a strange one. Nan recovers the twisted knife, but there's no sign of the taser. Are you trying to save my soul? Santiago smiles. Nan says she's not in the business of souls. She's just trying to do the right thing. Nan recovers the cross key from Henry's robe. Careful with that. I'm not entirely sure what you'll find on the other side. Nan pauses, looking over Henry's corpse. She wonders aloud if there was a way to save him. If maybe this isn't what the hotel wanted from her. I doubt this place works like that. All it's done is hurt us, so frankly, I don't give a shit what it wants. Nan asks if there's a place they can rest. No, not now. We've pushed too far. It's too late to stop. We've got to see this to the end now. The only way out is through. With a heavy, distant boom, the lights go out. I don't think it liked that. We'd better move. You go do what you need to do. I'll try to keep it on me. Anne picks up the horse skull, just in case. She decides not to linger any longer than she has to. Nan asks where the altar is. Santiago says he's already told you. Like everything else, it lies in the furnace. Anne steps out of the hall. The air is acrid with the smell of smoke. Dark water covers the floor, pulling up past Nan's ankles. Great! The plumbing's backed up. Son of a bitch, this hotel's gone to shit. Nan asks the rat aloud if it can offer help, and kneels down for a moment to rescue it from the waters. But the rat chitters quietly and scurries off into the cold, dark water. It seems a capable swimmer. Goodbye, Mr. Rat. Nan returns to the fourth floor landing. Oh, hey, Kim. Nan cautiously says hello, trying not to startle Kim. She startles anyways. Ah! She exclaims loudly, and she says she's relieved to see Nan in one piece. She wasn't sure if Nan would manage to get away from Henry, because after she ran out the door, she ended up back in the safe room, so she didn't see what happened. Obviously, you got away safely, though, right? She knows it's a shock, but she can't believe that thing was Henry all along. But explains a few things. He distracted her up in the lounge, then knocked her down, took her taser, so keep an eye out for him. He's probably got that now. Little too late for that, Kim. She says she come down here because she heard Nan screaming. She thought she was in the basement, but, well, obviously not. Nan asks Kim how she knew. She says when she came into the lounge, he wasn't wearing his mask at first. He called her over and then blindsided her. Nan says Henry is dead. She killed him. He was going to kill her in the name of the Padre. Santiago helped her escape and overpower Henry. Kim stares for a long moment. Finally, Kim speaks up. She's sure Nan did what she had to do. She hopes he's in a better place now. Only God can judge him now. Nan asked why Kim was trying to get into the basement. She says she heard screaming and assumed you were in there, because once she got down there, she heard noises from behind the door. But if it's not you, what is it? Nan considers whether she should tell Kim the story about Alan and Anderson. She doesn't have the letter anymore. It was lost with the other clippings in the lounge, but she still knows that what she read. Nan produces the cross key, but the chains bear no padlock. God fucking damn it. Nan kneels down in the shallow water, but there's no response at the small hole in the door. The rat appears to have gone. Nan suggests she and Kim look for Anderson and Pablo. Kim agrees it's a good idea. Plus, Anderson's gun might be able to shoot off the bracings on the chain. But where should they start? With how this place is, Kim's not even sure the stairs to the 4th floor are still going to be there. Nan feels the door. It's warm to the touch, but there's a hole in the corner, so air can pass through freely. There are strange noises coming from the other side, faintly, scraping metal, some kind of movement, but when Nan calls out at the door, there's no response. Nan and Kim decide to head back toward the lounge as quickly as they can. They climb the stair all the way to the 3rd floor landing. The stairway to the 4th floor is gone, but Pablo and Anderson are there. The group exchanges relieved greetings, but Anderson's condition puts a damper on any joy a reunion might bring. Pablo explains that Anderson caught his own ricochet back in the lounge when he was aiming for the Pilgrim. It went through his arm and hit one of his lungs, maybe more. Pablo doesn't know what to do for him, and he's losing a lot of blood. Nan reveals that Henry was the Pilgrim, which Kim corroborates. She shows them the horse skull. She reveals his fate at Nan's own hand. Pablo looks both shaken and relieved, but Anderson just coughs, wetly shaking his head. Anderson said he never did like that bastard, but he didn't see it coming. He was right under their noses, and he should have seen it. Nan kneels by Anderson and asks if they know where they can get some alcohol and cloth. Anderson shakes his head. He says he's past the point of saving, lost too much blood. Still, can't end like this. I had to find his son. I had to save him. Can't go like this. Wanted to die fighting. One last gunfight. Nan hesitates, taking a breath. She tells Anderson all about what happened, about Alan. He listens in silence, eyes closed, and his chest rises and falls in shallow breaths. He was dead before Anderson even got here. I know. I'm the one who shot him. Anderson says they got on the opposite sides of the law, and it was his own fault his son ended up the way he did. There was a shootout. Alan was plugged but escaped. Never found him. He just figured he'd gone into the desert to die until one day something drew him here. I was wrong about what I've done. All he ever did was try to warn me. I guess I see that now. You always said this gun would be the death of me. Guess my bad luck finally caught up with me. Nan asks if there's anything they can do for him. She also tells them they might need his gun. Anderson rises to his feet with great difficulty, resting against the wall. He says, take it. They can hope that the evil in it... they can hope that the evil in it came from him. As for their last wishes, he wishes for the table leg that Pablo's got as a club. He might as well die on his feet. Pablo hands over the table leg, and Anderson gives Nan his revolver. It's all loaded and ready to go. He says there's only 2 shots left, so make them count. Between Nan, Kim, and Pablo, they have 2 weapons. Henry's twisted knife and Anderson's revolver. Pablo says it's her call how they get divided. Anderson rests back against the wall and wishes Nan good luck. He says the stairs are a little much for him right now. Maybe he'll join you later. Nan heads downstairs with the others. Anderson nods. She wishes him good luck. That'll be a first. Nan keeps a revolver and gives a twisted knife to Kim for protection. The group descends to the 1st floor landing. Nan returns her attentions to the chains on the door. Kim says she doesn't think he's evil. Again, Kim, really? You're giving this, oh, maybe the monster isn't that evil. Maybe we're all just those slutty teenagers in the Friday the 13th movie that need to be killed by Jason, huh? Shut up, Kim. Nan asks who she means. Anderson? No, the father. Shut up, Kim. Kim says Father Velasco was a man of the cloth. And we all know preachers can never do no wrong, huh? Shut up. He may have lost his way, but the light of God still guides him. Yeah. The light of God guides him to be a fucking horror monster. She knows what he wants now. She knows how to end this. Kim says it's all about one thing, forgiveness. She's been trying to piece it together this whole time, but now, seeing Anderson like that, she knows that what has to be done. Bullshit indeed, Shade. Everyone here has sinned, that much is clear. Anna was right about that. Think about everything they've seen so far. Henry's dark secrets, Anderson's dark past with his son, visions, confession, absolution, cleansing fire. She needs to repent. She needs to confess to the Padre and beg his forgiveness before God. Nan continues to inspect the chain on the door while Kim talks, because she clearly has nothing important to say. Looks like there's a spot where the chains are anchored to the door's frame. The chains themselves are thick and strong, but the brace is fastened in the wood itself. It's possible a bullet would destroy it, and the chain could be pulled back through the hole. Kim suggests that the Padre has done no real harm to them. Think about it. Everyone they know who was harmed was harmed by Henry as the Pilgrim, not the Padre. Anna and Alan were both killed by Henry. Anderson was injured trying to shoot him, but the Padre hasn't killed anyone. He did try to fucking bash her head in with that fucking fire poker. He is angry. She will make her confessions before him and leave her fate in God's hands. Kim, you're a fucking dumbass. Nan says that this could be a very bad idea. She relates the story from Velasco's journal about the dream he had about the woman in spectacles. It might relate to her. Kim says that's only further proof then. He knew this would be coming. She is meant to confess. Nan is firm in her concern. She questions whether real forgiveness can come from an outside source. Kim says that if she doesn't believe it, she had better hurry with that door. The Padre is on his way. She can feel for it. She prayed for him. God damn it, Kim! You killed us all! A roar of thunder shakes the hotel like an earthquake. Darkness swallows the lobby. The shepherd has come. Nan isn't waiting around. She levels the pistol at the anchor point and fires. The brace holding the chain shatters. Ba-ba-booey! Wait, did you see something in that flash? Let's check again. Oh, fuck! Nan pulls loose the end of the chain to the hole and begins unwrapping the door as quickly as possible. Pablo helps. Kim drops her knife and approaches the Padre, unarmed. Forgive me, Father. I have sinned against God and I repent. Pablo grabs the knife quickly, then returns to the door to help Nan unwrap the chain. Still not open, just a few moments longer. Forgive me, Father, for in the name of God I repent. I am sorry that I turned my back on you, O Lord. I am so sorry that I forsook you. I am so sorry I followed a path away from your light. I am sorry I've been impure. Kim falls to her knees, hands clasped together. Whatever my earthly fate may be, I confess my sins. I bear my regrets. I ask God's forgiveness, and if I am to die, my soul may go on. Will I be remembered only for my sins? The Padre slowly lowers his weapon, staking it to the floor. The Padre reaches for the burlap sack over his head, and then it speaks. No! You won't be remembered. The Padre grabs Kim and lifts her into the air. Kim screams. Thick flakes of black ash begin to fill the room. Pablo throws open the door. Nan rushes to Kim's aid, but the darkness itself swells in front of her. A palpable wall. Nan reaches into her pockets frantically. She grabs at her neck. The cross pendant is there. She's not sure how, but she wasn't sure she still had it. Hadn't she lost it somewhere? Or did she keep it with her this whole time? It's hard to remember, but it doesn't matter now. She thrusts it towards the wall of shadow. The barrier persists, but the Padre shudders as if struck, dropping Kim to the floor. Ding! The elevator doors open, flooding the room with light and dispersing the shadows. With a pained and wordless growl, Anderson throws himself out of the elevator, lurching forward and smashing the Padre over the head with the table leg. Kim grabs her glasses. Anderson clutches weakly at the Padre, who shoves him violently into the elevator, lunging in after him. Nan and Pablo help her rush down the stairs to the basement. She pauses for a second at the edge and calls out something to Anderson, but Nan can't hear it over the struggle. Nan, Pablo, and Kim enter the basement. And it's darn creepy again. Yep. And Jesus fucking Christ. Well, Kim, what was that about the Padre being good and not hurting anybody? Because I don't know. Seems like he's pretty fucking violent. Half your face is burnt. Nan opens the grating to the furnace, but nothing seems to be different. Kim says it doesn't hurt anymore. It just feels numb. Nan asks if she means numb or cold. Kim says numb. She can't feel anything above her neck. She's having a little trouble seeing, too. Nan inspects Kim's injuries, but she's not a doctor, so it's hard to say anything for sure. Her face is black and flaking like ash. Nan hasn't exactly seen a lot of burns, but she's pretty sure they don't normally look this way. Well, not on flesh. Kim still has one eye that appears to be working, at least. A soft squeak comes from behind Nan.
Oh, look, it's a little mousy friend. Hello, little mousy friend. How are you?
The rat watches Nan. Nan kneels down to help the rat out of the furnace, but it scurries off and disappears from sight. Okay. Nan kneels down, checking the furnace in an attempt to follow the rat. With some effort, the floor panel lifts up, revealing a dark passage leading down. Ooh. Nan shows the others the passage down. There's a long silence, and Pablo asks who's going first. Nan leads the group, and Pablo will come last. She climbs into the furnace, descending the ladder slowly. As an afterthought, she asks Kim what she said to Anderson. Kim shakes her head. It's between them. Nan and the others descend the ladder. Nan has entered the burnt shrine. The circular walls of the immense clay chamber are covered in hundreds of rough silhouettes, black flecked and ashen like the ones Nan's seen before. At the far end, a blackened stone altar stands before the strange painted shapes and figures in the same textured style as the silhouettes. Nan looks over the strange paintings on the far wall. They're old, faded, black flecked and ashy like countless silhouettes that fill the walls. And their shapes are faded and their meanings are not clear. There are numerous black handprints accompanying these strange figures. Nan examines the altar herself. A large, ragged, dark-stained cloth is draped over the strangely shaped black stone altar. The altar bears odd markings and a conspicuous hole in the side. Nan removes the cloth that was wedged into the seam in the stone. It doesn't seem to have been hiding anything. The larger hole in the side is dark. Too dark to see anything through, though. But judging from the markings, the hole above it is a match for Nan's cross key. Nan inserts the cross key into the stone slot. It sinks in with a click. With a grinding noise, the entire front half of the stone altar falls away. Nan! Lorenzo sighs raggedly. He says he was so sure he'd never see you again, Nan. It's been so many long years, too many to count. In a place where the sun never rises to see you alive. It's the first good thing he's seen in many years. Nan greets Lorenzo. The reunion is not how she would have liked. She asks him what's going on. Lorenzo sits up slowly, painfully. He asks Nan how much she knows. Nan says she knows Henry was the pilgrim and killed many of those in the hotel. Lorenzo shakes his head. He says he's sorry, but he doesn't know anything about that. The glimpses he gets outside of this room are rare. Most of the events of the last year have gone by without notice. Nan explains that she saw the man who called himself Lightbringer, that he told of some event to come which would require her to kill him. She says he's calling her a stranger in some lighthouse by the sea. She says she knows Father Velasco killed 466 when he burnt the mission to the ground and his congregation inside, thinking it would absolve him. No! With great effort, Lorenzo sits up. He says, it was not a murder, it was a sacrifice. The father did not start the fire for selfish reasons. He did not do it for his own soul. He did it for all of us. He says, Nan is correct. On that day, the father called in his entire congregation, even from nearby towns, and he burnt them alive. But when the door closed, they knew what was going to happen. Because he told them. They welcomed it. Pablo and Kim watch the old pilgrim speak with trepidation. He seems to pay them little attention. Nan asks what sin could have warranted this, how God could have how God could have sent such a demand to the Padre. That's why they welcome. No, thank you for the posture check. I'm a little too into it. That's why they welcomed it. They knew what it meant. It wasn't about paying for sins. It wasn't about God or even the devil. It was about something else. It was about this. Anne asks what it is. For a long moment, Lorenzo just tries to breathe, roughly, unevenly. Yes, if Nan knows of the Anasazi. They were an ancient people who lived not far from here. They were brilliant for the time. The city of stone were incredible, far advanced. They had many churches, and then something happened. Almost overnight, the Anasazi were decimated. The scholars can't say by what. They did not vanish, but their decline was rapid. Those that survived moved on. They resettled further away. Many savages may once have been Anasazi. Even the natives of Father Velasco's congregation who called themselves Hoppy, they must have had a name for it. It came from beyond the sea, and with it came many heralds. Lorenzo says he didn't know it, but that by the time he reached the mission, Father Velasco already felt it. He was the first. He searched desperately for answers. Darkness and daylight, starvation, thunder. I can't fucking read that. It's too garbled. Sorry. And then one day he found this place, buried beneath the mansion. Or mission. I meant mission. Sorry. I'm so tired and stuff. And so, Father Velasco sought guidance from the very people he once called vermin. He sought out the Hoppy wise men, the savage shamans, and the natives of his congregations who might know more. They came to this place, they told him the stories, and he knew that this had happened before. So you see, Father Velasco is a good man. Flawed, perhaps, but as we all are. But good. It took great conviction to perform the ritual. And indicates Kim and the injury she sustained. Not very good to me. She says that the Padre does not appear to still be the good man he once knew. Lorenzo shakes his head. That thing out there is not Francis Velasco. It is something else wearing his body. Anne asks if it can be killed. Lorenzo says he hopes so. It's their only chance now at stopping this. That was the soul of the sacrifice. The ritual required one man to commit the others to the fire. The one to perform the sacrifice. This was the role Velasco was to play. They called this man the Light Bringer. Nan asks why Lorenzo was spared from this mass sacrifice. What role did he play? He sighs, gesturing weakly to the wall. He says they called him the Stranger. The ritual needed someone who was not Anasazi. An outsider who came from far away, not a part of the group to be sacrificed. No ties to the people there. That was me. That day, Father Velasco told them what had to be done. Most people would turn on him, accuse blasphemy against God, even called for hanging with his sympathies for the savage pagan religion. But he spoke with conviction, and he saw their faces. They all had felt it. They knew it was coming. They knew he was right. There were no tears, no time to weep. They closed the doors and he set the fire. And he watched as they burned. He wishes he could say God took mercy on them, that he eased their pain, but they suffered and he watched. It wasn't over. The souls gave power to the flames, and that thing was drawn to them. And to Father Velasco, some fragment of it would be drawn into him. So the Padre was prepared upon his altar, and as ash filled the chapel, they had waited for the first sign of its presence. And at that moment, when it arrives with the rush of a storm, the stranger must kill the Light Bringer. He waited for a sign to take this man's life, but with all of this pain and death, the awful possibility lingered. It's as you heard for yourself, Don. How could this be God's plan? What if it was only madness? What if this was just really fucked up prank, bro? And then, God forgive me, I saw it. And for a moment, he thought back to that warm summer day in June. The world was simple, beautiful. How he wished it could have lasted. And in that moment, he hesitated. Do you know what the worst part was in my mind? When it's all over, it says the stranger is free to go. But it wasn't over.
If I had killed him, it would have had nowhere to hide from the light, lured out by the flames stoked of sacrifice. It would have been destroyed, or banished, or warned off. I failed, and it bloomed in the darkness. I knew it was too late. It had already seized him when I struck. Again and again I let the hammer fall, but it would not be killed. I had little time until it broke free of the chains, so I acted quickly and bound some piece of its power within myself. Then I fled here, to seal myself away. This chamber is hallowed ground. Was safe here, but for how long I cannot say. So now it is trapped here, as I am, yearning to escape, in this placeless place, in a time outside of time. It reaches out beyond its cage, grabbing at the poor souls that pass in the world beyond, and it grows stronger. Soon it will no longer need me. It'll be strong enough to escape and visit this horror on all mankind. This is my fault. All of this, it's because of that warm day in June. It's because of me.
Nan asks how they're supposed to kill the Padre.
I don't know. If I knew, I would have done it long ago. I do not have all the answers, but as long as the darkness clings to some part of Father Velasco, it is mortal within him. No man will live forever until he dies. If part of that thing's power is in him, doesn't that mean Velasco has to die too?
Oh, wait. Oh. No, wait. If part of that thing's power is in him, doesn't that mean he has to die too?
Yes!
He sighs raggedly.
I am no longer the outsider. I have become a part of this, and in my chance to escape this nightmare alive died many years ago. Once Velasco is dead, the fragment of this thing that I have kept within me will all be that is left. Destroy me, and you destroy its last tether, but not before Velasco is dead. Otherwise that piece will be free to rejoin its whole. The darkness will escape its prison here and seek the world beyond, where time still moves as it should. Hello, Gazbang Goblin, how are you doing? This voice hurts to do, but I must keep it up.
Ah! Oh, God, I am not going to have a voice tomorrow. Pablo asks what Nan had been meaning to. When you say you took a part of him into yourself, what exactly do you mean? Lorenzo turns to him for the first time.
I don't know why, but it was the only thing I could think of. John 6:53. Truly I say unto you, unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you.
My throat hurts just to hear. Good voice, but painful.
I hate to say it, but it could have gone. I could have used the barbecue sauce to go with him, you know. He was rather dry.
Oh, that wasn't him. Okay, back here. Can you give me a paper towel?
I hate to say it, but it sounds like we have no idea how to kill the bastard.
Pablo asks what he's doing here, but Nan steps between them to prevent a conflict. Maybe he's not a friend, but Santiago has helped her with Henry. Now's not the time to turn on each other again. Santiago continues.
He says no one, their new friend included, seems to have any idea how to kill the Padre. It seems is the only way to get out of here. But nothing will get done if they don't do it, so it's time to make a plan. And who's your new friend?
Nan brings Santiago up to speed, explaining Lorenzo and their situation. Santiago watches him.
Why do I feel like I've seen you before?
In this place, darkness swallows me, but sleep does not come. Yet I still dream, and in my dreams, cloudy and dark, I saw you all. Visions of a place above, the mission, and time goes by. I watched you in the chapel, but I never imagined you could see the dreamer.
Nan has an idea. Even if the Padre is mortal as he is, he's also clearly powerful and getting stronger, taking Taking him on now is incredibly dangerous, and the longer the wait, the stronger he gets until he won't need Lorenzo anymore. But it would be possible to go the other way. The farther into the past they go, the weaker he'll be, right? Right up to the moment of the fire. Nan has seen visions of people and places long out of time with herself. She may even have influenced these things in a way that changed their course. Pablo confirms this. He saw it once in the safe room. If she can go back, she might be able to kill the Padre when he was the most vulnerable. Maybe even stop this all before it starts. Yes, we must go back in time and kill baby Hitler! I mean, Francis Velasco. We need to kill someone. With time travel. Nan checks her inventory, which was mostly lost in the scuffle with Henry. She still has the cross pendant and Anderson's revolver, which has only one bullet. Pablo is holding on to the twisted knife. Santiago offers Nan an oil lantern with a lighter.
I had a feeling you might need this. Just be wary whose darkness you go exploring.
While Nan thinks on how to pursue flashes, she checks on Kim. Kim is sitting on the floor by the altar, breathing raggedly. She says, whatever you're going to do, you should do it quick. She can't feel her face. She needs a doctor soon. That's an understatement. Nan raises the oil lanterns. The flashes seem to come when the darkness is driven by the light. Once more into the night of days past, hopefully for the last time. Let's do the time warp again! Pablo stopped Nan. He says he wants to come with her. He wants to do something good for a change. He saw the flash last time in the safe room. He can do this, and if he's with her, they'll stand a better chance.
Santiago interrupts. He says Nan should take him with her. He sacrificed more. He's risked his life to help Nan. He's bled for this chance. And after all this place has done to him, he deserves a chance to strike back. And more than that, he knows what they're up against better than anyone, having spent so much time in the hotel. He should be the one to go with Nan. And someone has to stay behind and watch the other two, or at least Kim. And Santiago says he has the feeling the girl would prefer Pablo to be the one to watch over her.
And announces she's going alone. Pablo and Santiago need to stay here and watch after Kim and Lorenzo and be ready for whatever may happen. It's unlikely the hotel will welcome this coming intrusion on her part. She trusts them, but they've done enough now. It's her turn. Pablo is speechless for a moment, but does not seem to agree with Nan's decision. If you really think that's what's best, we'll wait here, but I hope you reconsider. I need a chance to prove myself after everything that's gone wrong. It would be safer with the two of us. Don't leave me behind. Whatever happens to me will happen. But you know there's more at stake here than you and me. Santiago does not like Nan's choice at all.
A lovely gesture, really, but you could be dead right now if I hadn't been there to help you and Henry. What if you need help again? All the well-wishing and poetic gestures in the world won't save you if you need cutting down again. Now I'm capable. I know my way around the shadows, and I've still got some blood left in me. Let me fight through! We can save this!
There's a lot at stake here. Knowing so little about what may lay ahead, it's hard to choose. She can stick to her original choice to go alone or reconsider. Whatever she chooses, the two men here have made their last appeal and say they will follow her plan. They're out of time. Nan's got to make a final decision. Nan relents and agrees to take Santiago along. If anything, his teeth might be helpful in the final fight. Pablo does not seem happy with the decision, but nods and vows to honor the difficult choice and to watch over Kim while they're away. Be safe out there, whatever happens. Nan holds the lantern aloft, grabs hold of Santiago, and ignites the spark. A great flash of light fills the room blinding. It's you, isn't it? It's time. Don't you hear the bells? And part A. The air is filled with ash and hot embers. Smoke rises in thick plumes. Nan has entered the terracotta courtyard. The mission is ablaze. The courtyard is catching fire. Nan heads to Santiago towards the chapel to gain entry before the fire consumes heavy double doors. Nan reaches the doors to the chapel. Thick flakes of ash fill the air. A sickening smell comes to the great entrance. Nan asks Santiago if he thinks they're going to survive this.
I wouldn't hold my breath, personally.
She carefully places the back of her hand to the heavy wooden door, then to the metal braces on the edge. It's cold to the touch.
But I might as well put up a fight.
Nan opens the door to the chapel.
Ew.
Pillars of flame engulf the walls, but not make a sound. The flickering embers of an ash fill the air, but the room is freezing cold. The acrid smell of burnt flesh overwhelms all senses. Nan rushes into the chapel. Countless eyes watch her in stillness. She yells, "Lorenzo!" Oh? You! Nan rushes to the altar, demanding Lorenzo relinquish the hammer. I was so sure I'd never see you again. I've never been so happy to be wrong. Always, in the back of my mind, I couldn't forget what you've been telling me. That this couldn't be God's plan. I guess you were right. There's nothing here but us. I'm glad you come to stop me. I'm not even sure I could have done it. With Santiago following close behind, Nan grabs the heavy stone mallet from Lorenzo. She says there's no time to explain. Lorenzo takes a step back, stunned. It ends here. Nan turns to the altar.
Who do you think you are?
Nan grabs the necklace as Santiago and Lorenzo dive towards her. A plume of flame engulfs the altar. Doesn't burn. It just feels cold. There's a scream, a roar, and then the world goes black. Nan is somewhere. Light. A dark shadow passes.
What are you doing?
Nan responds defiantly. She's breaking the circle. She's stopping this.
You can't stop me. I've worked too hard for this. You have no idea what I am. You don't even know who you are, Nancy. How you struggle in the darkness. And who are you now? How many memories have you buried away as your own? Do you still seek your children, Nancy? Do you still remember the day of betrayal? Or do you still believe you are the special one, chosen to save the world from evil? Are you simply the one who left when I needed you the most? Did you learn a trade? How strange it should be the same that stood so starkly in the memories of your friend. But surely all these memories, that one is yours. Did you live in a humble home? I have seen this place. A dead man's memory. Have you claimed that for yourself as well? What is your last name? Who were your parents? Your mind is gone. Your life is already forgotten. Your motives are not your own. Do you have a single thought of your own making?
Nan closes her eyes in the darkness and begins to hum a show tune. But not a single melody comes to mind. Nan clenches her fist. She can't think of a single tune, but she's not sure she ever knew them.
You poor creature. I could let you go. You could walk out that door right now and return to the world you knew, back to your old life. But it matters not. There's no reason to let you go now. You are already forgotten. Die here. No one will mourn you. No one will even remember you.
Nan says she will not leave, not until this is finished. Nan shouts, defiant. It doesn't matter who she was or wasn't. It doesn't matter where she came from. She's here now. She is Nan. She's going to end this. Nan pulls the pendant around her neck. There's silence, and then the ground rumbles. The light returns. Thunder roars.
Then let us end it!
Nan's inventory is gone. Only the cross pendant remains. She decides not to risk fighting, and she runs to the floor landing. The monstrous Padre gives chase. Her options for escape are limited. The stairwell is gone. The rooms are filled with dark, sprawling marks. Nan races to the end of the hall, hoping she has made the right decision. The doors are all burnt to shut into their frames. Dead end. Nan spins around and grips the cross pendant, holding it out. The seething wall of shadows approaching her seems to writhe, and its approach is abruptly stopped. The Padre halts, contorting, but does not flee.
How long can you hold off the inevitable? Death will not wait for you!
Nan pushes the reaction. She thrusts out the pendant and takes a quick step towards the encroaching darkness. The Padre does not back away. When Nan steps towards him, he brings a fire poker down in a deadly arc. Not entirely unwary. Hello, Purifier. How are you doing? She attempts to dodge and catches the brunt of the impact just below her wrists. Nan can feel the bones in her arms snap as white-hot pain jolts through her. The pendant is knocked across the floor and clatters against the dead-end wall. The Padre does not approach further. Nan scrambles backward, grabbing at the pendant. She holds it against the wall behind her in her good hand. She spits back at the Padre. What about you? How long have you been hiding from death?
I have left that path. We are in a world of death, and I will be the one to show it.
Oh, nice. That's cool. Nice to hear.
Back to spooky voice.
This world needs me. In death you will all be forgotten. That is the only way to escape your sins.
The writhing shadows are slowly encroaching all around the hall. Whatever kept the Padre back, it seems to be slowly weakening. Without turning her back on the figure, Nan presses the pendant against the wall behind her, tracing a familiar symbol. Nan attempts a distraction to hide this. She turns the Padre back back on him and she turns the claims back on him again about his own sin. Hold on, I need some water.
You speak of sin. You carry your head so high for one so wicked, sister. You speak nobly, but the sin festers in your soul. How could you abandon the church? Why should they suffer while you run free? How many died by your carelessness? How many souls did you burn that night while the music boomed and the fire your thoughtless hands let roll?
Oh, wait. Who's speaking right now? Oh, okay, it is spooky voice. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna have to restart, God damn it. Okay.
You speak of sin, you carry your head so high for one so wicked, sister. You speak nobly, but sin festers in your soul. How could you abandon the church? Why should they suffer while you run free? How many died by your carelessness? How many souls did you burn that night while the music boomed and the fire your thoughtless hands let roar? What of your violence? You crippled a man in rage and dared to call yourself protector of his children? You murdered Henry, a lost soul who only sought his family. You left Anna to suffer. Where were you when she was screaming for help? Off playing in dreamland. You sent a young man to die at his father's hands, then let the father to bleed. And Kim, you were supposed to protect her. Now look at her. How much longer does she have now? Hours? Minutes? My face is frozen?
Fuck me, I am not gonna be able to talk tomorrow. It's worth it. It's worth it. I sacrificed for my art, damn it! Hold up. Damn it. Come on, next. Nan shouts back in fury as she continues to trace the symbol on the wall. How dare you make those occasions? You steal memories but leave blame. You cast guilt for surviving. Lives have been saved. Peace has been offered. And all this protection has been from you. You are the threat. You started this. You burned those people. The wall behind Nan yields to the pendant. A portal of glowing light erupts into glimmering shards. Padre jabs a clawed finger in the direction.
They burned for a reason. Evil lies within me now, but I was meant to stop this. But for one hesitation, their deaths would have had a purpose. One moment of doubt ruined everything. He hesitated because of you. You planted the seed of doubt. You led him astray from the path. Deny the rest as you wish, but all this now is because of you. You're guilty of sin.
The cross pendant shatters in Nan's hand. Nan wastes no time. She lunges through the portal. The Padre gives chase. Nan has entered the hotel chapel. Nan hurries across the room, calling up to Santiago. I don't know what happened. I found a way through the... Oh, wait. Calling up to Santiago.
I don't know what happened. I found a way through the old room to get here. Don't open the door of the courtyard.
The deafening peal shakes the entire room like the sound of thunder or the ringing of some enormous bell. Shadows burst with writhing from the doorway.
No!
Nan rushes to the door, the darkness beyond. The vague shapes move slowly. Faint murmuring pierces through the booming noise of the chapel. There's no mistaking it. The beast is out there. The door is locked on this side. The bolt is wrapped with what appears to be human hair. Backed into a corner, Nan decides to risk opening the door. She begins tearing at the door's bindings, intending to open it, but she has precious little time. She glances over her shoulder. Nan scrambles to open the door in desperation. She frantically unwraps the hair with only one hand. She has precious little time. She keeps most of her attention on the looming Padre. He does not hesitate to lash out. The door is mostly open, save for a bolt in the last few wraps. With the heavy fire poker swing, when the heavy fire poker swings and Nan ducks narrowly beneath its vicious arc. The Padre is not thrown by this. Before Nan can recover, the poker comes down hard, staking her to the ground through her foot. Jesus fucking Christ, that's gotta fucking hurt. Santiago yells something, but his words are lost. Santiago catches Padre's attention, clinging to the towering figure's shoulders and clutching at his head.
Nan, if you open that door, you had better be damn sure of yourself.
Oh, Santiago, no! Oh, your beautiful face.
I see now. I brought the bad weather with me. The storms, the cold, they didn't come from beyond the sea. The darkness was inside me all along.
Oh, fucking hell. God damn it. Ugh. Oh, fuck. Oh. Yes, hydrate, thank you. Okay. Oh, fuck me. Nan has not wasted this brief distraction. The door is unbolted. Nan opens the door to the courtyard. This time, there's no crash of thunder. There's no roar. For once, there's only deafening silence. Thank God for that. The silence breaks. Francis Velasco screams. Ah! I'm sorry, that's not that good, but you know. Nan picks up the fire poker.
And this nightmare.
For a moment, Nan can hear a faint noise, like waves crashing. Nan startles as Lorenzo drags in a ragged, gasping breath. Nan says she thinks she did it. Nan checks her pocket. She's still carrying Anderson's pistol and one bullet.
Yeah, I'm alive. Face is killing me.
Pablo notices Nan's injuries as well and moves toward her when Lorenzo speaks up.
You've done what I've asked. I can feel it. However, forgive me, Nan. There's one last thing I have not told you. You see, you can't kill me. I told you the outsider is necessary to end this cycle. But the chain must be broken at a clean link. After what I've done, taking a part of that into myself, I am no longer clean. If you kill me, the blood of sin will pass to you as it did into Velasco, and from him into myself. We would end where we began. Whoever kills me will soon be sought as the next vessel.
Nan asks if he can take his own life.
I wish it were that simple. To break this vessel without another in line would unfetter it completely. It would be loose. There is only one way. The new link must be forged, then broken before it can be corrupted. One of your friends must kill me, and then you must kill them.
Nan asks if she can be the one.
No! You are the outsider. Only you can be the one to break the chain.
Nan turns to the others. Let it be me.
No, fuck that! I'll do it! Look at me! What kind of life do you think I could have out there? And I don't just mean the hole in the side and my fresh new style. I mean, I'm fucked up. And the worst I've done to that bloody fuck. And I've done things I can't go back from. I don't just get to rewind on this.
Nan, it has to be me. I thought I could go on, but I can't. This place has dug up a lot of bad things in me, and a lot of things I realize now I'll never be able to forget. Things I can never forgive. I tried once, and it took me here. I'm a coward. I chose the wrong path. Even if I got out of here alive, there's nothing for me out there. I don't even know if I want to go on. You chose Santiago over me already. Don't pass me up a second time. I haven't done a single truly good thing with my life. At least let me do some good in death. Well, don't look at me. I want to live.
Oh, give me a break, pretty boy. You got things you can't forget. I've had to trick people. I've had to help a fucking murderer, and it ain't like it all started in here either. When I was 15, my dad took a knife to me and... Well, we've all got our soul stories, don't we?
Lorenzo speaks up, urgency in his weakened voice.
Nan, I wish I could tell you everything I'd wanted to say over these dark years. But these thoughts must die with me. We are out of time. Even if this place will not be safe for long, one of your friends must do this, and you must kill them swiftly. Even when it happens, you cannot hesitate.
Pablo shakes his head. Nan, you've done so much for us. Ever since we've been here, you've done more than any of us. It's not fair for me to treat you like this after everything, because I asked you to pick between us. You already had to make one hard decision. You shouldn't have to make another. So I'm making the choice for you. Lorenzo gasps reflexively and then is quiet. What little strength he had left is gone instantly. Lorenzo dies. Nan scrambles to draw the loaded pistol, leveling it at Pablo, who leaves the twisted knife in Lorenzo's neck. Remember me. Nan kills Pablo. I will. A loud, sharp, cracking noise echoes throughout the room. Kim struggles to her feet, stumbling a little, but though unstable, she seems to be able to walk on her own. With a bad puncture wound in her foot and probably some broken bones, Nan is not so lucky. Nan asks Santiago for a hand, and he helps her off with her foot.
I guess you finally learned how to ask for help.
The hotel shakes on its foundations, and above, a great crumbling sound can be heard. With some effort, Nan, Kim, and Santiago make it up the ladder back to the basement. Nan stoops for a moment to help Kim out of the furnace. Kim fumbles after the others, following them due to her poor eyesight. After a painful climb and another loud rumbling and quake, Nan and the others return to the first floor landing. Nan has entered the hotel lobby. The front door is wide open. Sunlight! Exhausted in injury, Nan has exited the hotel. Kim screams. Santiago bolts for the noise. Nan limps painfully to the crumbling doorway, watching in intense silence. A long moment passes.
Kim! Come on, Nan! Grab her!
Kim crawls through the hole, extending her hand. Nan! Kim! 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 Kimberly! Kimberly Mariana Bowerman, you will listen to when I talk to you. Come now. Come on, your father's back at the arcade already. We'll get you something to eat when we get back, okay? Hmm? Huh. Nan feels a tug on her overalls. Oh. Oh, look at him! Oh, he's just a little guy! We make a strange pair, don't we? Nan admits they do. Nan thanks Santiago for helping her out. And Kim. Hey. Hey, if you really want to thank me, you could buy me an ice cream. Let me reset. My face seems to be frozen. Hold on. Okay, everything's good. Hey, if you really want to thank me, you could buy me an ice cream. Nan asks his favorite flavor. I don't know. I've never tried it. Guess I'll have to taste them all to find out. Hey, Nan. So, who are you? Really? Nan, I won't let you leave, not until you have taken my life. I hope that one day you will understand my convictions, but believe me that it must be you I pray to, one that died. Beg you to forgive me. The end. And that has been NanQuest! Yay!